can come in this country, but you have to come in legally. But I think that's a good thing. As far as I'm aware, Trump is the only president in the 21st century for a war not to be started under him. I feel like countries respected Trump. And, well, okay, dude, but like, here's the thing. He's trying to end the war in Ukraine. He's made efforts to try to end the war. Yes, he has.
Propaganda. He also has literally destroyed our relations with our allies by literally saying that he wants to annex Canada, right? One of our allies, Panama, Greenland. He wants to own and control Gaza in the long run.
So
these are clearly not like anti-war, America first isolationist policies.
Listen,
but you can agree that a war didn't start under Trump.
We actually
did.
We did. We had the Turkish-Kurdish war, but that's not here nor there. The fact of the matter is, when you tell me that
Turkish-Kurdish war, has anyone even heard of that?
Well, apparently not you. And a lot of other Americans. Hey, Americans aren't too educated on geopolitical conflicts on the global scale. I mean, there's a lot of America propaganda to kind of contort history and ignore what's going on in the present day. But the fact of the matter is that's neither here nor there. And the reason that's neither here nor there is very simple. When you give me this argument that like no war started under him, very good at like ending conflicts, etc., you're telling me that basically, you know, we got Jesus 2.0 up there preventing further conflict and doing kumbaya on the global stage.
I never said that.
But I'm being hyperbolic, but the sentiment still exists. This statement, this sentiment, is refuted with one sentence. He isolated America from every other country on the planet by implementing tariffs on every other country on the planet.
But how does that
effectively started an economic war with every other country on the face of this earth, and this doesn't even consider the more military and imperialistic implications that Parker just explained, like wanting to annex Greenland, Panama, or ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip, or give Ukraine to Russia, or pull out of NATO, the UN, etc.
I want to talk about this so much. Okay, so first of all, I'm not even super pro-Israel. Because I agree. What I think is we need to, like, first of all, what Doge is doing and how it's stopping government waste, I think that's good. And I think...
Can I talk about you that real quick?
Yeah, there's so many things I want to talk about.
That's such a pivot.
Wait, you want me to talk about, like the annexing Greenland and stuff? Okay, I'll talk about that.
We're just asking you why you voted for Trump. Then you reiterated some sentiment of being better for global relations, and I debunked that in 2 sentences. So did Parker.
And then he moved on to like saying Doge is good for waste. I would love to address the Doge waste point, but after the point where you address Dean's concerns.
Sure, you asked me how I debunked that. I'll go and reiterate.
I don't know how many people. I'm trying to talk.
Okay,
I don't know how many.
My fault.
I don't know how many people die, but I know, like, in the war in Ukraine, I think, I know it's been hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. And the whole point is people say that Trump's, he's friends with Russia and stuff. He's friends with Putin. But the whole idea is we got to end this war now, because if we keep funding Ukraine, hundreds of thousands of more men are going to die, because this is a war that in the long run, I think it's a war of attrition. Russia just has more men. And I don't want I don't want any more people to die. So Trump's trying to end this war.
No, stop. Your position has been historically debunked. It was debunked in 2014.
How?
Because in 2014, Russia annexed Crimea, a region of Ukraine. We did nothing. They stepped back. They stepped back. They reloaded, and then they went for the rest of the region. Russia.
That was under Obama, right?
Yes, and that was a bad decision made by Obama. Russia wants to expand their country and rebuild the USSR, okay? When we apply less resistance and less pushback, and we usher the sentiment of appeasement towards the Russian Federation, that only allows Russia to be stronger in their annexation of more land.
So you're okay with... Okay, so you're okay with hundreds...
Would you let me finish?
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to let you talk. I thought you stopped talking.
What?
Dude, you don't have to be so condescending. I'm trying to let you talk, okay? Just keep talking. Okay. Dude, so if you're okay...
I'm gonna...
Do you want to talk, or do you want me to say something? Because I'll let you finish.
I'll go back to what I was saying. Anyways, so when we usher in the sentiment of appeasement, and we basically do nothing to hold a red line in the sand against Russia, Russia is only further enabled to expand and annex more land that does not belong to them, okay, the only way to prevent Russia from violating and killing more humans in land that that is not owned to them, that they have no right to, is to hold a red line against Russia. We are at a point where either we embolden Ukraine to defeat Russia, or we embolden Russia to defeat Ukraine. By funding Ukraine, we embolden the victim. By defunding Ukraine, we embolden the aggressor.
Are you done talking? I just want to. I'm trying to be respectful for your time. Okay? So this is my response to that. I don't think this is a war that Ukraine can ever win. No matter how many hundreds of billions of dollars we send them, like I said, Russia has more men. And what this is it's a slippery slope. And so what you're saying is you're in support of funding Ukraine. But what that also says is that inevitably hundreds of thousands of Russians and Ukrainians are going to die because of that. And in the end, dude, I'm telling you, Russia
I would
win.
prefer Russian troops to die over Ukrainian citizens. Yep.
It's Russian and Ukrainian soldiers.
Wait, I have a question. And you know that like what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to a point where like Russia's economy cannot continue the war, right? And if the entirety of the West, NATO, right, is literally upholding Ukraine, they're going to be able to hold up, economically speaking, longer than Russia is. That's going to be what's going to allow for Ukraine to stay Ukraine. That or they join NATO. Other than that, you're saying that you're totally okay with Russia turning Ukraine into Russia.
No, I'm not okay with it. And this war, millions of men are going to die. They're pulling Ukrainian boys who are like 13 years old out of the streets and sending them to the front line.
But they'll only have to pull out more 13-year-old Ukrainian boys if they are not backed by NATO, if they're not backed by the US, if they're not backed by the UN, if they're not backed by the UK, if they're not backed by France, Germany, and Poland. The less support that we give to the country of Ukraine, the more reliant Ukraine is on other individuals in their countries. Okay, but I would like to say that the claim that Ukraine is polling and forcing 13-year-olds to go fight their war is a fucking lie that is Russian propaganda, just like the sentiment that we're giving them too much money. Okay,
dude, it's on video. Dude.
It's on video. When you make this argument, when you make this argument that we should stop supporting Ukraine because it will only lead to more people dying in the long term, is because if we
Mike, thank you for the $2 in candy. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Always good to see you, Candy. Can we get some W's for Candy in the comment section? Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Candy. We have
to understand that there absolutely should be a red line against expansionism, against foreign aggression through ethnic cleansing. And the only way to uphold that red line is to support the country that is being ethnically cleansed. I absolutely do not believe that we should just let Ukraine be defeated, let hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians be ethnically cleansed or killed, and give Russia some of their land to stop the death.
That's what you're doing.
I absolutely believe that there is, at the bare minimum, nothing morally wrong about Ukraine defending their right to exist, and something morally wrong about intentionally weakening the country to allow Russia to easily overtake their country. You believe Putin and the propaganda that has been pushed through Western media, funded by the Kremlin, and that is an issue, sir.
I don't believe propaganda. They're one of the strongest. They're in the top 3 most strongest militaries in the world. You said top 3 strongest militaries in the world because of manpower? War's no longer about manpower. It's about strength and technology. I never said
and
that.
My evidence for this, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said that they have more men, and my evidence for that war is no longer about how many men you have, but rather about strength and technology. No. You said this about 5 minutes ago. Is the fact that now Russia is reliant upon North Korean troops to come in and fight?
Yeah, but I didn't say the statement together. I didn't say they're the top 3 because of manpower. I said they have manpower, but that's not the reason. So you're twisting my words.
So what's the reason why you think that Ukraine will never win?
Because, well, it's a factor, but it's not entirely why. Of course, we've made progressions. But the reason why I don't think they'll ever win is because Ukraine is going to run out of men eventually, and Russia's making it.
He just did it again. I can't, bro. You just literally ran the thing that Dean said you were running, and you're like, I'm not running that.
It's not about men. It's not about men. It's about strategy and technology. Okay, and the fact that
Russia
is already bringing in troops from North Korea. The fact that Russia is already. The fact that are you going to interrupt me one more time, you child?
You keep interrupting me.
Oh God! So we got a vigilante on our hands. I interrupt you, therefore you interrupt me. How about we
Oh,
both be
you're so
adults and we stop
triggered. You're
interrupting
so
one another?
triggered. You're so triggered. It's so funny.
Oh my God! Yeah, liberal shows any more emotion than a fucking AI robot, and then liberal.
Yeah, now you're swearing. Yeah, there you go.
Wait, so because
Is that
I
what you
swear
do?
I'm wrong? Is that your
Well, I
argument?
mean-
Do you-
Yes,
Wait.
yes.
Wait. I just want to clarify that your argument right now, right, is not to combat the fact that we need to be holding a red line against Russia, and that is the only way to prevent further Russian expansionism. Is not to combat the historical truth that when Russia annexed Crimea in 2014 and we did nothing about that, that only emboldened them for more expansionism into the rest of the region of Ukraine, and that we must hold up the Budapest Memorandum, the red line. But it's rather to say that Dean uses curse words, therefore Dean is wrong.
No, I never said that. I just thought it was funny. So you keep saying things that I actually never say, and I think it's funny. That's what I think it is.
Oh, you know what I think is even more hilarious than me using curse words?
What's that?
Your inability to comprehend or understand or respond to the three facts that I just laid out in very clear language.
And which are those?
That if
Remind
we
me-
don't hold a
remind
red
me real
line
quick.
against Russia, Russia will only expand more. My evidence is their annexation of Crimea.
You know what I'd argue? I'd argue it's actually better for this war to end right now. Have Russia take over
It
Ukraine
doesn't-
and cause hundreds of thousands of men on both sides to keep dying.
Do you think
Yeah,
that they'll stop?
yeah, I
do you
do.
think that they'll
Wait.
wait? Why didn't they stop at
Pro-Russia,
Crimea?
just pro-Russia, by the way.
Why-
You just
why-
advocated for
No,
Russia to own
I'm
Ukraine.
anti-death. I'm anti-death.
That's not anti-death. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it
Wait,
is.
That's like saying that like the Nazis should have just taken over the Soviet Union, should have taken over the UK because of there was just so much death. Should we have just given the UK to the Nazis to stop the death?
Well, that's a completely different. Wait, can you
Why?
say it?
Why is that completely different?
Well, say it one more time. I
Should
didn't
we
hear
have
you.
just given the UK to the Nazis because there was lots of death, there was lots of bombing campaigns, right, of the citizens within the UK, right?
dude,
Like
it was
they
terrible.
had to go into like these bomb shelters.
They had to fight
Constantly.
so fucking hard. The UK had to fight so hard in World War II, and they almost lost. Should we have just given the UK to the Nazis?
Yeah, to like
No.
engage in quote unquote peace. No,
Okay. Well, it's contradictory to your principles.
yeah, literally, like you just contradicted your own argument.
Dude, but the whole idea is that was a war that Great Britain had the capability of winning, and they won.
And it is the war, like Ukraine can actually defend their country, especially if the West defended them. And you're creating this nonsense position that is not backed up by experts that says that they would just completely lose even with the West backing.
And I just want to clarify, like, if you know your like facts about history throughout World War II in retrospect, without like a certain understanding of what will come in the future, like Ukraine has more of an advantage against Russia than at the time the UK seemingly had against the Nazis. Okay, the UK was seriously almost lost, and for a while it was a losing battle for them. All right, but right now for Ukraine, I don't know if I'd say the same thing. And I also want to point out another aspect that is rarely ever fucking considered by pro-Russia NPCs such as yourself. The moment the U.S. backs
Never
down,
said I was pro-Russia. I
You
just
just
said
you just said that you
Nope,
preferred
what I-
Ukraine
no,
to
no,
be
no, no,
Russia.
no,
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 no.
you
No, no, no.
absolutely said that you preferred Ukraine to be Russia. That is absolutely a pro-Russian talking point.
Yeah,
Don't even
sorry,
get me started.
pro-Russian NPCs only get the right to speak on my live when I say so, just like you think that Ukraine only gets the right to exist when Putin says so. All right, Jackson? Sorry, if you're for totalitarian imperialist dictatorships, guess what, buddy? I'm going to go ahead and give you that energy. Right now, your mic is muted. It's cut off, okay? And I will only unmute it at my will, inconsiderate of your thoughts or feelings. All right? And you better support that position and not give me any pushback because you don't want more conflict on this live. Anyways, moving on to what I was going to say. So I don't know why a lot of like pro-Russian NBCs never make this consideration. It's not like when the U.S. backs down that like, oh, like the war in dying in Ukraine just stops. Okay? No. That's when the rest of NATO is like, what the fuck is America doing? Like Russian expansionism isn't just a threat to the sanctity of the life in Ukraine, but also a threat to NATO. And the larger they grow, the larger of a threat they become. So then the rest of NATO fucking steps up, dude. Like the UK is now considering putting boots on the ground inside of Ukraine because we're backing down. Same thing with France. They're going to bump their spending and they're only going to further advance a more immediate and material means of support for the country, such as their own boots on the ground to fight against Russia because the U.S. is no longer pulling their weight, right? Which only further increases the chance of more global conflict, Of course, Putin is going to be one step closer to launching a full-on fucking World War III when there's UK boots on the ground in Ukraine killing his troops compared to when America is sending them $32 billion per year. So if you want to defend human rights and fight for the and fight for this idea of less death in the future, well, it is the case that that red line is imminent and that red line needs to be held.
Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go back and just defend what I said earlier.
Respond to what I just said.
Dude, I'm responding to it right now. So I am not pro-Russia. I'm anti hundreds of thousands of people dying. And what I said was, I'd rather have this war end and people stop and have Russia take some of the Donbass region and then have Ukraine. That's what Trump's trying to do.
You're not responding to what I just said.
What do you want me to respond to?
Jackson, you just posed the same argument after both Dean and I critiqued that argument. Like, I gave you a response, a hypothetical, particularly with World War II, where like your same argument would entail that like we just create some sort of peace deal to give the UK to the Nazis.
And then I further added on my own critique of stating that it's not like the war ends when the U.S. backs down. That's when the rest of NATO gets more involved.
The problem with NATO getting involved is it's a slippery slope. When UK starts to put troops in Ukraine, if all of NATO starts going against Russia, the problem is it's a slippery slope of World War III.
That's kind of my fucking point, Jackson. You know how we prevent that?
Dude, you're so rude. Like, I hope you know that. Like, dude, you're
Jesus
actually
Christ,
so disrespectful.
Rudeness and disrespect is the last thing I care about right now. I'm so sorry if that triggers you.
Oh.
What you just said was my fucking point. Do you know how we prevent that slippery slope of further material NATO involvement on the ground of Ukraine? You know how we prevent that?
What?
By continuing to support Ukraine, okay? Like, the statements and sentiments reiterated by countries like the UK and other countries inside of NATO to put boots on the ground and fight Russia, which could lead to World War III, only exists because Donald Trump revoked funding.
And honestly, Jackson, it's really weird that you say that Dean's so disrespectful and, oh my God, he's so rude. But then, like, you never say that about Donald Trump? You don't think that's like a turning off factor?
I'm not the one
against
swearing and cussing. I'm trying to have a respectful conversation.
Well,
yeah,
do you see what he says about women? Do you see what Donald Trump says about women, especially like Eugene Carroll?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to defend every single locker talk he's ever had.
Okay, the fact that you literally just write it off as quote unquote locker room talk is the exact problem that we're saying exists in the first place.
Oh, like you've never talked bad about women and said sexual stuff.
No, right. I've never said that I grab women's vagina without asking. I have never said I walk into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because I quote unquote own the place. I've never said that I would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Right? I've never said that any of those things, right? You've said those things?
No.
Okay, so then why are you writing them off as like, why are you, hold on, let me please finish. Why are you writing them off as if like, that's just some typical thing that guys do?
Because just because someone says one terrible thing doesn't mean that I'm not going to vote for them because I don't agree with their policies.
One terrible thing, I just mentioned multiple terrible things. What about him saying that like Eugene Carroll, he wouldn't have sexually assaulted her because she's quote unquote not the chosen one, right? That she's not attractive enough to be assaulted, right? Mm-hmm. And then he mistook her with his ex-wife.
No. By the way, I'm totally expecting you to hold the same energy to Trump that you just hold to me. Just saying.
What was it? Wait, did you hear what I just said?
And by the way, he just writes that off. He acts like that's nothing. Wow. But then Dean, right, really just trying to hold him accountable for not responding to a particular point. Yeah. Dean's too rude.
Wait, guys. Did my mic just go off? Because someone just called me and I think the audio went off.
No, you're good. But then also, man, like,
did you hear what
I understand that I'm being disrespectful to you, okay? And I understand that more productive conversation can be yielded in the lack of disrespect. But I hope that you understand that the beliefs that you were holding to in your willful ignorance and complete rejection of a thought to respond to the common sense claims that I'm providing to defeat your beliefs can really frustrate people, especially me, because it's not just a conversation between two Americans that's on the line. It's the lives of living, breathing humans, just like you and me, that are on the line, on the ground in Ukraine right now. And it's the perpetuation of the beliefs that you hold right now that have led to our government revoking funding from keeping more people alive and ensuring that less Ukrainians are ethnically cleansed,
You know what's
less
funny?
Ukrainians lose their houses, and less Ukrainians lose their lives. Okay,
You're acting
so
like
I'm gonna go
only
ahead.
since Trump's been president that hundreds of thousands of people started dying. Literally
When
during
did I say
Biden's
that, bro?
presidency,
When the fuck
I
did I
said
say that?
I said you're acting like it because
Okay, so
when
you want to
Biden,
assume what I believe?
here's what's funny is you talk for like 1-2 minutes and I talk for like 20 seconds and then Parker talks for a minute. Let me say something.
I don't even talk for that long. I barely was talking.
Yo, the comedic irony of the fact that he just got banned while he was saying, "Let me say something," is hilarious.
That actually is hilarious. I thought you kicked him low key.
No, I didn't.
Faded, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Faded. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Faded in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Faded. I really appreciate it. As well as Ashley, thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. It lost my whole family to MAGA. You guys make me feel better. Happy belated birthday. Yo, thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that we can. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Ashley in the comment section right now. And then Maylee, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna go to get that next guest up on the live. Yo, RSW, you said the live's at. Somebody in the chat said Dean kicked. I mean, go to my YouTube stream. You could like see the phone and the whole setup, and you could see that I didn't touch the screen. So it must have been with telepathy, right?
Yeah, you do
but-
have telepathy.
Yeah, what's going on, Trey? You support Trump?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I did not think I was gonna be able to get on here. No, I just wanted to say that
Trey, I'm so sorry. You are driving and you don't support Trump. I'm so sorry for kicking you, man. Show some love to Trey down below in that comment section while we get the next guest up in the live. So if everyone would just please just give us a moment to get the next guest up here, that'd be sweet, y'all. We're gonna get the next guest loading in right now. What's up, Connor? Do you support Trump? As an echo, so we're gonna move on. Guys, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you do want to come up and have a debate. And Mr. Howard with a $40 donation over on YouTube Super Chat saying, Dean, you and Parker are brilliant. Dude, Howard, thank you so much not only for the $40, there's a shit ton of money, but also for the incredibly kind message. I do really appreciate that. Everybody, please show some love to Howard down below in that chat right now. I'd also like to thank Thomas with a $20 on Venmo, O with a $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. D with a 5. And then Emma with a 5. You guys are so incredibly kind. And then what is going on, Chris? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I was curious what y'all thought about the stock market for today.
Yeah, I'm really happy that it's rebounding because Donald Trump paused his tariffs after backlash from international communities.
Oh, backlash.
I have a question. What did we get from him crashing the markets?
Well, first off, it never crashed. It went into a free fall momentarily, but
That's
it never
what
crashed,
a crash
by the
is.
way.
It just depends on
Well,
how you
it's
define
not,
crash.
but-
What do you mean by crash?
Well, I mean, I don't call crash a dip that naturally happens.
Wait, to clarify, a drop in the S&P 500 by 10% in a day is not a crash?
He just contradicted himself, Parker. He said he doesn't qualify a dip that naturally happens as a crash. Okay, well, this was a dip that was unnaturally manufactured by Donald Trump's shit policy.
Okay.
Largest tax
Or
increase
the-
in U.S. history?
Largest tax increase, what?
In U.S. history.
Oh, the tariff.
Yeah. And
That's why they're being. That's why they've come to the table to negotiate.
Oh, wait. What did we get from them? Tell me one thing.
I mean, the negotiations are happening. I don't know the details yet.
Anyways, Chris, why do you support Trump? I'll be nice again. Sorry.
I mean,
you know, one
I
thing
just
I
don't-
also realize
I
is
mean-
like I'll have like one guest on the stream that gets me all riled up, and then I'll like hold that same attitude towards like the next guests. But I just need to realize.
Oh,
that
you're
different
not-
people
I
are.
got you.
But go ahead, Chris. Tell us why you support Trump.
I mean, I just think.
Oh,
I mean,
Chris,
I
you're
think you would have a better.
Oh, he's lagging out.
And
Unfortunately, we got to kick
hold
you,
on
Chris,
one
just
second.
because.
I'm trying to give me one second. Give me 1 second.
All right, Chris, I'm going to go ahead and trust you
Chris.
there. Chris, we put you on mute. Feel free to just unmute when you find yourself in an area with better service. Typically, that's not something I would do. However, you know, I feel like we are both interested in talking to you. So we're going to get that next guest up in the live right now. You guys, if you're on that queue, make sure that you support Trump and not if you are not MAGA. All right. Yo,
Sid, thank you for the $50
Ariana,
on
thank you so much
YouTube
for
Super
$5
Chat.
over
Thank
on
you so
YouTube
much
Super
for
Chat.
high
Really appreciate
cooking
that.
today,
What is going
as
on,
per
Alexis? Do you
usual.
support Trump?
Thank you so much, Sid. Can we get some
No,
W's
I
for
didn't
Sid
mean
in the
to click
comment
that
section?
button.
Thank
No
you so
worries,
much,
Alexis.
Sid. I
Hope you have a
appreciate
good
it.
rest
Always
of your
good to
evening.
see you every day.
Moving on to the
Always
next
good to
guest.
see
Let's see
you.
what we got.
All right, can you hear me now?
Surprisingly, yes.
Okay, I changed connection. I switched over to a hotspot. All right, am I still lagging?
We hear
Nice and
you.
all right. So why do you support Trump, man?
Okay, so like I said, I think obviously I'm conservative. Apparently, if I don't support everything he does or who he is as a person, I just think he would have better. I think he's deals from a strong position of strength more than Kamala and her policies.
Can you give us
I'm
any
pro-life.
examples?
A lot of well, I think there is a little bit of a delay. I mean, I'm pro-life. Things like that. That's just one example.
That's not an example of Donald Trump being more like strong than Kamala Harris. That doesn't make any sense. You just said you agree with the abortion policy. You're pro-life. Okay, then I'll ask you this question: are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
Where in the Bible does it say that abortion should be illegal?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Okay. So then, what's the basis of
Other
your
than,
position
it
for
depends
it to be
on.
illegal?
Well, I just hold human life value as human life.
Yeah, but like God, God doesn't.
Potential future sentience.
Yeah, but God doesn't restrict women's access to abortion. So why should you?
Well, he doesn't restrict access to schmurdering anyone, but
You're just.
we can all do.
So you're
He
saying.
does, we can. My point is, I'm saying, if we're going to just get, see, if we're just going to go by what God permits, he permits a lot of evil things to happen. That doesn't mean that we should do them.
No, I'm not making the claim that you should or shouldn't do something. I'm saying that like there shouldn't be a law against it. I'm saying that like you don't have any grounding for saying what should be illegal predicated off of like your religious views. You don't have any grounding for saying that like it should be illegal, right, in the context of abortion, right, here. Because
Right. That's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm saying. You brought up the Christian argument. I did the Christian line of questioning. I didn't.
that's where you get your morals from. So what I'm saying is that like it doesn't even comply
But
with your
I'm
morals to
giving
say
it
that
the-
it should be illegal. You can say you disagree with it, you think it's wrong, but like it is under your view. I see no reason to say it should be illegal.
Well, I think taking innocent life in any circumstance would be wrong, outside of a Christian reasoning.
Oh, we're not just saying it's okay. Just because it's considered wrong doesn't mean it should be illegal, right? You consider adultery wrong, correct?
Right. And
Should Donald Trump be in prison for adultery because you consider it to be wrong?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay. So
Not all crime. Yeah, not all crimes against humanity are equal.
Okay. Well, then how do you differentiate?
That's just. I guess. The rights. What is it? The rights for one end begin where the rights of one end where the rights of another begin.
When does it begin? When do the rights begin for human beings?
I think they should begin. At conception.
Why?
At implantation specifically.
Oh wait, implantation or conception? Which one?
Well, utero and implantation in utero, because obviously that topic is not viable.
Wait, so what's the distinction between prior to implantation and after implantation that means that you consider one to be valuable but not the other?
One has a good chance of becoming viable. The other one,
There's
if
actually
it never
0.1 second prior to implantation. There's no distinction in probability.
Okay.
So why is it not valued prior to implantation?
Because you have to have a cutoff somewhere, and that's just where I see the most logical.
So it's just
place to be.
arbitrary. Okay, so why don't I just place it on sentience?
Well, you can. That's your
perspective.
and I'm pretty sure that's your point.
Under your perspective, why don't you?
Because I consider it valuable before that.
Why?
Because I believe future sentience is also valuable. Present sentience. I believe future sentience would also be morally valid to accept, other than just current sentience.
Yeah, but you don't care about the future just in of itself. Otherwise, you'd value it prior to implantation just as much as you do after implantation.
The only reason I don't value it as much prior to implantation is because you don't know if it's ever going to implant.
Listen. Your argument is no different, right, than someone saying location is determinant of the moral value of the entity. That's all you're saying. It's just
Please
location.
stop jingling your keys. Please.
Oh, sorry.
Man.
The difference, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't do this for a living. I don't debate stuff for a living. So you could be completely right. I could be illogical in what I'm about to say. But I guess the way I see it, difference is at some point we have to have a cutoff. And I think before implant, the way I understand it, before implantation, it could never implant, and there could be no. There's a good possibility of no future sentience, because if it never implants in utero, then I mean, it's not going to be it's an inhabitable. It's a space that's never going to create anything. Once it implants in utero, then you have a lot more of a chance of a probability of future sentience and viability.
Again, 0.1 second prior to implantation, there's no distinction in probability of it particularly leading to like a sentient being comparative to the 0.1 second after that, where there is implantation.
Right.
So if there's no distinction in the probability, well, then that's not the basis of the argument for yourself.
Well, I mean, how would you say that though about sentience? I mean, 0.1 second before sentience, and we don't even
it's not
truly know when
sentient, so that's why
begins.
I wouldn't wait. It's not sentient, that's why I wouldn't consider it valuable.
Well, then that's my point. Is 0.1 second before implantation. I'm saying it's not valuable.
Yeah, well, then I would ask you what about I would ask you what about implantation? Implantation is like literally a process where there's going to be a difference in location. Okay, so you're saying the location of the entity is what? Hold on. You're saying the location.
It gives a different outcome.
Hold up.
It gives.
Hold on. You're saying the location of the entity determines the moral value of it. And I'm saying that's a ridiculous statement. I don't think location determines the moral value of it. I think it's going to be a quality that they have. And the quality of a subjective experience is what I consider to be valuable.
Tia shit
Well, I guess the difference I would say there then is not. I guess I could shift my argument from just that location to due to the fact it's implantation. There's a higher probability of future.
What is implantation? It's not a quality of the entity that you're referencing. It's a process.
Right. So the quality would. So then, right. So because that process has happened, I would say the quality. I would argue then would be with the probability of future sentience has greatly increased by the implantation.
No, again, 0.1 second prior to the implantation, there's no distinction in the probability. Go ahead, Dean.
Can I ask a question? So, assuming that there was a woman pregnant with a 10-week-old fetus, and for miscellaneous reasons, that 10-week-old fetus had the same probability as achieving sentience as the average zygote prior to implantation would, do you think that she should legally be allowed to get an abortion?
No, because I think at that point nature will take its course. If it's at that point the probability. I mean,
so then you don't think that women should be legally allowed to access IUDs?
I'm not sure. I'll be honest. I'm not 100. IUDs prevents fertilization.
They'd be killing these zygotes with a low probability for future sentience, just like a mother would be killing this 10-week-old fetus with that same probability of future sentience. If one shouldn't be allowed, neither should the other, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not 100% sure what I think on IUDs. I mean, I hear a lot of women that argue that they're pretty dangerous. That there's a lot of risks taken with them.
Yeah, Buck, you thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
True. Dangers and
Summer,
risks
thank
of
you for
IUDs.
$5 Australian. Thank you so
Well,
much.
just hormonal changes. I mean,
True.
Fertilization or being fertile afterwards. I mean,
like just like the dangers and risks associated with birth control as a whole.
Probably, yeah, but I think IUDs had a great.
So you think that you should be able to speak for other people, right? You don't think that adults should be able to consent to the risks brought on by birth control? I mean, see, I'm fine with advocating for like ensuring informed consent to access forms of birth control, but I'm not fine with saying that although individuals may have informed consent, they still shouldn't be able to access it because of the risks that may exist.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, I'm all for Plan B because I believe it prevents fertilization. I also
think that IUDs are among the safest forms of birth control. They just hurt the most.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be honest. It could be. I'm not much. I mean, obviously, I've never had to use one. I mean, I ain't trying to be funny with that, but I haven't looked into them too much. But I mean, that's just me. Preferably, I choose to only lay with people that I don't mind having a child with.
Why are you going to be the one to determine whether or not it should be illegal?
Well, for the same reason I can speak on, I think SA is bad just because I'm not personally involved in it. I think I can speak that something is. I don't think we have to be personally involved in it to speak on something that could be considered morally bad.
Are you comparing someone getting an abortion to SA?
No.
Within what respect are you comparing
why could I
it?
speak on?
Yeah, he's basically saying although
To
he
what?
like can't personally get an abortion, he should still be able to speak on it due to the fact that he thinks that it's morally wrong. Listen, Chris, is there anything else you want to share with us? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've been kind of just like sitting back.
No, you're good.
I mean, like, I'm
I mean,
not too
Regardless who
intrigued by
you
this
are, if you have
conversation.
no clue what you're talking about, right, you probably shouldn't be the one that's talking about that if in a public setting.
I got you. Do you think the tariffs are going to do any? Do you think there is any benefit to tariffs that's going to come from?
It depends on what his,
Not a
it,
net
it,
benefit.
it depends on what his like plan is, and nobody knows his plan. But I will say is that overall the tariffs are a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, Chris, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to move on to my next guest.
Okay, go ahead. Appreciate it.
Yeah, have a go on. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. If you're one of the 6.6 thousand people in the live, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen. Let's go and get that next guest up here right now. Then also Chelsea. Thank you so much for the $15 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Chelsea. Everybody, please show some love to Chelsea down below in that comment section. Then also Chase with the $5 on Venmo. Ducky with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ducky. I do really appreciate you for that love, Ducky. Everybody, please show some love to Chelsea and Ducky. Then also Emma with the $5. I do appreciate you so much. Then Ashley with the $40 and Linda with the $20 over on PayPal. I want everybody to show some love to Ashley and Linda down below in that comment section right now. I do really appreciate everyone so much for your kindness and generosity today. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this guy, I want to support what he's doing to keep the stream going for 4 hours a day, feel free to support me. You can support me over Venmo and PayPal, which is accessible via the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. You could also find that in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. If you happen to if you happen to be watching over there, but we are going to go and get our next guest up here. So go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that comment section. We'll get you up here. Everyone just go ahead and give us one moment.
Shrimp,
What's going on, Jaden? I saw that you were in the
it's
queue.
me.
What's going on?
Thank you,
What's
Shrimp.
going on, man? Saw that you were in the queue. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. And yourself?
Doing all right. You want to hang out for a little bit?
That I would. I got nothing else going on.
All right. Yo, what's going on, Brooke?
Dean,
Do you
how
support
much
Trump?
longer do you stand on?
Hey, Dean, I sent you just a couple dollars on Venmo. I had wanted to tell you guys an argument that I use against Republicans who are pro-life that I haven't heard you guys bring up before.
Yeah, sure. What is it?
I
real
totally
quick?
understand if you want to kick me, though.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, you just want to like run it by us in like a sentence or two, real quick, while I'm working on getting the next. guest up
Super
here?
simple. I ask if they have ever heard of a twin eating another twin in utero. They say yes. I ask them if they would arrest that baby for murder once it's born, and they lose their minds.
That's actually logically sound.
Thank you.
Wait,
I've been trying for weeks to get this argument to you.
Wait. You're right. Because like even like a newborn isn't going to possess like sufficient consciousness or sentience to like intentionally eat the you know
Exactly. And this goes over into the IVF arena as well, because it is very common for women to get multiple implants, become pregnant with multiple fetuses, and oftentimes those fetuses absorb the others because it's not a sustainable thing to have a litter of children.
You know what?
So
Great.
I use this
Honestly,
all the time,
it's a pretty
and
good
they
one.
can't refute it. They can't refute it. It's so much simpler for them to understand. And if you wouldn't arrest a baby for eating its twin in the womb, it's not murder.
Josh, thank you so much for the galaxy. Well, hey, Brooke, I appreciate you so much for coming up there and sharing that. I mean, I think that there's a few takeaways there that could actually make a decent argument. Thank you so much for your time, Brooke.
Thank you guys. I love you guys. Have a great day.
You as well. You as well. There's actually something that can be taken away there. Like, you know, you hear about a fetus consuming their twin in the womb, you don't blink an eye. Hear about a newborn eating their twin out of the womb. What the fuck? That's insane. You know what I mean? That's actually not too bad. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Been debating abortion for years and never ever heard that before. Very impressed, Brooke. Freddie, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes,
Okay, how old are you?
19.
19. What time is it?
6:38.
I don't believe you.
What do you mean you don't believe me?
because I think that you're from Ireland.
Nope.
Moving on to the next guest, we got Sky loaded up into that box. Everybody, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. All right, here we go. What's going on,
What's up, Sky?
Glenn? Thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Glenn, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Oh,
Slice
Sky,
Brownies,
no.
thank you for the
Why?
$10.
Why,
Thank you so
Sky?
much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't
Thank
know.
you.
I
Sky,
feel like
Why, Sky?
you
Why,
might
why?
be able to like change my mind a little bit or something.
That's a goal.
So
How old are you?
I'm 21.
21. Okay. Why do you support Trump?
You know, the safety of our country, and
Oh,
I
did we
do
talk
not
yesterday?
support the abortion thing. Don't even like.
Sky, did we talk yesterday?
Yeah.
Bro, you just like screamed at us about like national security for 30 minutes, and I told you that why you were wrong, and you just kept
But like
talking
I'm
about national
watching, and
security.
like you've got some valid points, and I'm trying to hear more valid points.
Give me an argument that Donald Trump is better for national security than Kamala Harris would have been.
Oh, I mean, like,
Motherfucker.
now I'm
Motherfucker.
off guard. Like, I've been sitting here just listening.
Sky, why'd you do this again?
Would I what?
Why'd you do this again? If it didn't go well the first time, why'd you do it again?
I just want to I get the whole abortion thing, but like, I just want to
Are
get.
you trolling?
No, I just want to like I said, get to know more about what you're debating and arguing.
So then give the argument.
So
Tell me
couldn't you do that by like watching? Okay.
I would just want to give you like maybe just a singular opportunity to make an argument insofar as why Donald Trump is better for national security than Kamala Harris would have been.
Well, I mean, she's a woman.
Sky,
Okay.
Totally trolling.
are we
woman
being fucking
too, but, like,
Sky? Are
I-
we being fucking serious right now?
No.
Realistically,
Trolling.
realistically, Donald Trump has everybody's best interest. I mean, like,
No,
yeah,
stop!
he
Don't
does
move on.
Yeah, he has.
No,
different
Sky, stop talking,
interests
stop
than
talking,
most
stop
people.
talking. Mouth shut, please. You just said because she's a woman. Do you think men are better at leading than women?
Personally, coming from a woman, yeah.
Okay,
Then why don't you listen to Dean? Why don't you accept his argument? He's a man.
Paradox as old as time.
Because not all of it is very like. I just can't
What?
go with it.
What do you mean? I thought he's a better leader.
Yeah, come on, man. Sky, I'm a man in accordance with your view. I'm like a better like leader. I don't know. I'm gonna lead us
Well,
into
Trump
intellectualism
against
and
Kamala.
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 Kamala, my bad. But
truth.
still.
Hey, Sky. So right now we have you and me trying to lead the live viewership of close to 10,000 into intellectual truth and wisdom. You think that men are better at leading than women. So does this mean that I would be better at leading the live in intellectual truth and wisdom?
No, I don't think men are better leading than women. I think men in office of presidency may be better leading than a woman would be.
Based
And I
on what
also
qualities? Wait, what qualities does Donald Trump have that tells you that he's a better leader than Kamala Harris?
His devotion towards the military and giving the military more money.
You mean cutting the VA?
Wait, Parker, I almost feel like
active military?
I almost feel like a
Relationship?
conversation about why she thinks men would perform better in that role compared to women is more valuable before like talking about like the specific character attributes of Trump compared to Harris, because I want to make it like evidently clear that the position that men are better at leading than women is completely baseless and nonsensical. You know what I mean?
Presidentially wise, that's my opinion. I feel
why-
like
why-
I feel like
Give
there's a
me an
reason
argument.
it's only been men.
Give me an argument.
Then-
So I have a question. If the year was 2007 and Obama hadn't become president yet, would you say that white people are better at being president than black people because there's quote unquote a reason why we had never had a black president?
No, because at the end of the day, I feel like anybody could have ran the country from the beginning of time and it still would have been fine. But I just feel like there's a reason that there hasn't been women running the president.
So how would you
running the
respond to
country.
how would you respond to a 2007 white supremacist that argued there's a reason why we've never had a black president?
I mean, he's racist, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know why the color of somebody's skin would make a difference.
So then why does
Why
this
with
gender?
their sex?
I mean, it's just the way the world has like displayed itself as being. That's why.
Right, but like you're upholding that same level of misogyny that has been propagated for centuries at this point, that has negated a woman's right or a black person's right or any person, regardless of ability, skin color, or what have you, their ability to lead this country. By saying that they cannot do it simply furthers that narrative.
I never said nobody can't do it. I'm just
You're
saying,
saying it should be worse,
there's just a reason that like there has to be an underlying
the
reason
reason?
that there's no. I don't know, but there has to be
You,
an underlying
yeah,
reason that
you
women
are the
haven't been
reason.
president.
You're the reason, Sky. You're
Totally.
putting forth this notion that they somehow are inept or incapable of being leaders. I reject that wholeheartedly. But because of you and people
No
of
woman
like-minded,
has shown.
of like-minded attitudes, perpetuating this idea has only furthered the idea that women cannot be president.
No woman has made it to presidency. No woman has,
Because of ideas like yours.
because of
Has nothing to do with
Clearly-
qualifications or experience or
no,
even
maybe it's just
electoral
a lack
history,
of
clearly.
confidence because women
Lack of
didn't always
confidence?
have rights. Women didn't always, women weren't always top priority. We're still not top priority, but we're getting sports and. But
You
I'm
could
just,
say that about any other marginalized group in America. That does not denote one's ability to lead this country.
Sacred Souls, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Watch
I mean,
this.
women-
Let me just ask you a quick question. So now we're going to identify if the reason why men have disproportionately served as the president of America compared to women is because of something to do with facts of men and women, or something to do with the facts of sexism in society's perception of the abilities of men and women. Can you tell me any differences between a man and a woman that would make men better at running the country?
there's no facts on what it would be. I mean, there might be, but I don't think.
So then you don't actually think that men are better at leading than women. You're just merely reiterating the sexist sentiment that men are better at leading than women. That kind of comes from traditionalism and the patriarchy that has indoctrinated generations of humans across the globe into holding that tidbit of false information as fact, leading to further persecution, marginalization, and oppression of women. Okay? And the same way, we've seen systems of oppression upheld that yield the conclusion that white people are better at leading than non-white people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And here's the point of what I'm getting at here. This should in no sense.
Oh.
Well, she left. Okay. Well, she left. Brooke, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Brooke says, thank you so much for letting me up on your live to give my argument. Women decide what to do with their body. Thank you again. Have the best day. Love the work you do. Oh, that's a Brooke that came up. Brooke, I think that you're awesome. Thank you so much for popping up. And that was a really interesting perspective that I had not heard before. All right, we're going to go and get that next guest up in the live. You guys, once again, if you want to support the...
Called. I was probably going to start my own live here pretty soon.
Yeah, okay. Feel free. Whenever you start your own live, I'll probably go back to singles too. Feel free to do that whenever you want. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thank you for what you do. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Sarah. All right, we're going to get our next guest up in here, everyone. So just go ahead and give us a moment, quite frankly. Let's see who's next. How about that? Go ahead and put a MAGA down below in that comment section. We'll get you up here for a debate, for a conversation. Who's next?
All right, do it in the intermediary.
Absolutely, rat man.
I'll see you later. See you later, Dean. See you later,
Parker.
Hello.
Oh, see you, Parker.
All right,
See you,
peace
Parker.
out, everyone. See you later, Jaden.
Hello.
All right. Have a good one.
Alrighty. We're gonna hit a start on the live, everyone, and we'll get some of the debates going real quick, everyone. Let's get them going. What's up, everyone? If you're on the YouTube stream, do make sure to like the stream. It should help send it out to more people. Hopefully, we'll help get it out to more people. Let's start the live here. All right, there we are. Alrighty. Do give it a second for people to join up. Alrighty, everyone. Hey, everyone on YouTube. How y'all doing? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day. I hope everyone's having a great day. What's up, everyone on TikTok? What's up, everyone on YouTube? How y'all doing? I am doing well. I'm doing well. Did you all see what happened today? Crazy shit happened today. Fucking, what's it called? Trump went back on the tariffs. He went back on them. Now he's acting like it's just some negotiation tactic again. He loves going back and forth on that shit. What's good, everyone, though? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Hopefully we can get some debates up here today, everyone. Do give it a second, y'all. Do give it a second. Hopefully we can get some debates going. Again, everyone, only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Hope you're doing well, Parker. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jules, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. What's up, Pascal? What's up, user? What's up, Scotty? How you doing? How you doing, Wild? Trinity Austin saying, you're not going to get debates. Then why don't you send a guest request, Trinity? You are so scared to debate me. So terrified. So terrified. Callan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the hand art. Thank you. To give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We're going to start getting some people here very soon. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ooh.
How old are you?
Hello? I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
YBL, Instagram,
Dude, why do they keep doing this, bro? This is so annoying. What is going on? Why is it another person, dude? It's so frustrating, dude. TikTok needs to fix this shit, dude. It's so fucking annoying. Dude, I'm so annoyed, chat. I'm so annoyed. Why does TikTok do this, bro? It's actually so unusable. It's so unusable. Why do they do this? Fran, thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Oh my God, Fran. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Fran in the comment section? I'm sorry. Just there's been so many fucking annoying ass fucking trolls that have done this shit recently, and it's just like getting really frustrating. But can we get some W's for Fran in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Fran. And Jesse, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. TikTok is so unusable. So unusable. Let me see if I can try to find that person's account. Alrighty. I found him. He has his face on the account. He's cooked. Let's see who he's following. He follows all of our different accounts. And I'm guessing they just like buy followers on accounts so that they can do this.
Hey,
No, I found their other account. Look at this. It's the same person. They literally like they make videos about themselves doing it. Yeah, they literally make videos about themselves doing it. They're like purposefully doing this. They're literally purposefully. I'll try to post it. It's actually getting ridiculous. I'm going to go and put the stuff in there. Give me a second, everyone. I'm literally going to go and put the information in the Discord so that... Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to do this in the chat. All right. Thank you in the Discord, please, everyone. I put it in the Discord. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate the $50 too. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Sid. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Sid. The sad part is that like they get off on these types of things, which is really fucking weird, and why we need to hold them accountable. It's literally like the same person, and like TikTok doesn't ban them. TikTok doesn't ban them. It's getting really frustrating. All right. Well, we are going to try to hit a restart on this real quick, everyone. Let's see what's happening with Dean.
Definitely Texas, maybe Wyoming.
I think he's just doing random stuff on live. We'll try to start it back up. Alrighty. Alrighty. What section of the Discord? Lives. All right, what's good, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to join up. Do give it a second for people to join up. Do give it a second. Adam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I know. It's so crazy. Give it a second for people to join up, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Everyone, there's a targeted campaign for this person that he keeps trying to like moon the stream. And it's literally TikTok doesn't ban them for some reason. So I have to like end the stream so that people don't see it. So that's why it just randomly ends. So it's a targeted campaign from a random weirdo that just wants to do that over and over again. That TikTok bans me but doesn't ban them. So it's really weird. Alrighty. Yeah, if you know anyone that you can hold them accountable or anything like that, if you know where to specifically report it perfectly, like that better report it, go check out the Discord. It's in the live section of the Discord. Arizel, Ezreal, thank you so much. I really appreciate thank you so much. I really appreciate the meteor shower. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. But yeah, do give it a second, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second, y'all. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Come on.
Hey, I'm a big fan. Please.
W fetus. W fetus. Here, I need to say thank you to some people. Judy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much, Judy. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sid, with the $15. Thank you so much. Andrew, I appreciate the $5. Elizabeth with the $10. And Cameron, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Sid said, I'm not even kidding. Just got a text from Magadad saying Trump wins bigly because of the tariffs. That's rough. That's rough. That is very rough. And Linda, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Linda. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Linda. Alrighty. Well, we're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We're going to wait a second for people to get in here. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. It should help send it out to more people. Do give it a second, y'all. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
I like Donald Trump because he fixed the stock market.
Okay, I just think there's such a likelihood of them being a troll that I'm just kicking them. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the little crown. Do give it a second, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
All right,
What's
mate.
up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, I already know you're not actually a guest. Why is this person spamming that in the comments? All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Alrighty. Do give it a second. Alrighty. I'm trying to get people up here. Do give it a minute, y'all. Okay, I just honestly, anyone that has a fucking camera, I'm just gonna kick. Low key, if you have camera access, it's the risks are so unbelievably high. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
I can't hear you. Is there a way you can fix your mic?
That better.
Yeah. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I believe.
So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello.
I hear you. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello.
Appreciate that in my session. Yep. What's up? Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I can't hear you.
I hear you. You should turn up your volume. Turn up the volume.
What? Wait. Hold on. Hello.
Katharina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Katharina. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Love from Germany. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Katie. What's up? I hear you.
What do you ask me?
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
He better.
Why is he better?
His laws were better in 2016.
Okay. So, you think the economy was good in 2016?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was president?
Right now.
In 2016, who was president?
Donald Trump.
Nope. It was Barack Obama. So, Trump inherited a good economy?
What? His laws were ensued in 2016, though.
And what? I honestly...
Obamacare was a scam.
Can you tell Jesus to take the wheel?
Hello.
Can you tell Jesus to take the wheel?
What did that mean?
Just tell Jesus to take the wheel.
They don't take the wheel.
I'm proud to be an American.
No, you are not.
Damn right.
No, you are
Chris, thank you for
not.
$1.23. Yeah, I mean, when we have a president of the United States that was a convicted felon, held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that released violent criminals to the country.
False.
Ariana, think of the $4.44. No, it's not. What was false?
That is a false.
Oh, thank you so much, Ariana. That's so incredibly nice of you. What was false?
The New York. The liars.
Okay, all right. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. Okay, all right. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Yo.
You know what? We're not gonna trust anyone with camera access. So I'm sorry if you have camera access, you'll probably get kicked off the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck me, daddy! Fuck me, daddy! Fuck me,
What's the point of doing that? I really don't get it. I actually don't understand. Oh, accidentally tried to add up the wrong person. Fuck. How do you turn off camera? There is no possible way. I'm sorry. If you have camera, there's just too high of a risk right now that like I'm not gonna add you up probably. Oh, this person has camera access. Yeah, if you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now, and I'll try to bring you up. Let me see. Oh, they have camera. Kicked. I'm sorry. If you have camera, you probably do. You probably will get banned. All right, this person isn't. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why'd you do that?
I first of all like his foreign policy. I think he would be better than Kamala on that.
Why so?
First of all, Israel-Palestine. I think he provides Israel with the right support.
Are you pro-Palestinian?
No.
So are you a Zionist?
I wouldn't call myself a Zionist, but I'm pro-Israel in this specific war.
Okay. Are you pro the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
Mm,
And then turning it into Trump Gaza and owning it and controlling it in the long term for real estate development?
hold on, you claiming it's? Are we discussing if it's an ethnic cleansing, or are you asking me if I'm pro it?
Like, are you in support of Donald Trump doing those things?
Which part? The rebuilding Gaza?
Into Trump Gaza for real estate development, and not giving the Palestinians a right to return.
No, so I'm not in support of not giving Palestinians a right to return.
That's exactly what Donald Trump's policy is.
Well, it doesn't take away from the fact that I agree with his support for Israel. This is a minor detail in the plan that I disagree
A minor
with.
detail? I don't think it's a minor detail to ethnically cleanse Palestinians.
Ethnically cleanse is a big difference than not letting them back.
Not giving them a right to return is by definition ethnic cleansing after forcefully relocating them.
Oh, so you mean ethnic cleansing as in removing them from that area, not killing them?
It's forced. Yeah, ethnic cleansing is forcefully displacing people and permanently keeping them out of the area. That's what ethnic cleansing is.
Got it. So in that case, I would claim, even though I don't agree with the point of not letting them come back, and I'm pretty sure he said that they might be able to come back, but he didn't give a clear.
No, but he said no right to return to Brett Bauer on Fox News.
Right. I think he meant that in a sense of like
the fact that you honestly referred to ethnic cleansing as a minor detail is disgusting as fuck.
No, it
really is. It really is.
No, but I referred to the minor detail. I wasn't referring to the ethnic cleansing part.
You said the no right to return, which is by definition the part of ethnic cleansing.
Right, but what I was talking about was my definition of what Donald Trump said, which is that they won't be able to return to Gaza and get back their house or whatever it is. But if they're going to be removed to a different country, they're obviously going to have a passport and they could travel the world with that passport. If they choose to go to Gaza, then I don't think that they could travel to every country in the world besides for Gaza. That doesn't make sense. And I don't think
I'm confused. Again, Donald Trump said no right to return. If you aren't willing to take that into account, then I'm just going to kick you off and go talk to the next person because there's no productive dialogue to be had with you. If you're not even willing to take the Donald Trump's explicitly said positions as his positions, then we're just living in different realities.
I got you. So I can get on to another point within the conflict of Israel-Palestine, which I think...
No, I'm just saying, can you accept that? If you can't accept that, just let me know because I don't want to engage in this conversation any further.
The ethnic cleansing part, right? All right.
Are you able to take it into account that that's his position?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then given that he does have this position, right, why do you stay in support of him?
Because if you disagree with someone on one point, that doesn't disqualify all of his other points.
Isn't this a pretty big point?
I would say it is a pretty big point, but killing 1,200 people and kidnapping 250 civilians is also a pretty big point.
Are you voting for Hamas?
I'm not voting for Hamas.
No, so then why was that relevant to bring up?
Because you have to...
You're not... Well, I'm so confused. We're talking about you voting for Donald Trump or not, right?
What do you think the war in Israel-Palestine was about? Isn't this what the war is about?
The fact that you aren't able to like literally see any broader context, right, to this is actually like very sad, right?
Well, what do you mean by I can't see a broader context?
Yeah, you understand the broader...
I started bringing it up, and you right away said, "Oh, are you voting
October
for Hamas?"
7th? October 7th is not the beginning of this conflict.
October 7th is not the beginning of this conflict, but it is the beginning of this war, is it not?
You can say that, but that doesn't at all change anything that I'm saying. That's like that.
It doesn't change what you're saying.
That's like not acknowledging the reason why Putin invaded Ukraine, right? Like you can understand that like the aggressor in this conflict is easily identified as Russia. The same ways you can identify the aggressor in this conflict is easily identified as Israel, given that they are a settler colonial state.
So your opinion is that Israel is the aggressor in this conflict?
Absolutely.
How so?
The colonial state. The difference in treatment in terms of rights recognized from Palestinians to Israelis. They're not taking them into account in terms of the Abraham Accords, the ownership of like the Golan Heights, like after the annexation. The settler colonial regions within the context of the West Bank, right, where they're engaging in settler violence.
So you agree that October 7th was an appropriate response?
No, I'm not. I don't agree with the killing of. I disagree with the killing of innocent civilians, whether they're Israeli or Palestinian.
Got it. So do you condemn Hamas?
Yes.
So how do you propose Hamas?
Do you condemn the IDF killing innocent Palestinians?
I condemn any individual IDF soldier that.
So then why would you be against someone saying that about Hamas?
Because Hamas, it's not the individual.
Okay. So then you are only willing to apply that reasoning to Hamas. If you're willing to apply that reasoning to Hamas, also apply it to the IDF, right? The Israeli state government.
But the 10 soldiers that raped a Hamas prisoner were actually arrested. Have you seen Hamas arresting all the people that went into Israel? No, you didn't see that. Do you see Hamas dressing their soldiers by identifying military uniform? No, they dress as civilians, and then they have complaints. I don't see that.
Are you saying that the Israeli state government has always held their soldiers accountable for war crimes, or their politicians accountable for war crimes?
I'm saying that whenever a situation...
No. Okay, so Benjamin Netanyahu is literally a war criminal.
You didn't even let me answer that. You asked me a question
because it was a rhetorical question.
Okay, so what's the point you were going to make?
They are war criminals, right? And they actively have not been held accountable, and that Israel is literally limiting
war criminals?
As designated by the ICJ and the ICC.
Okay, do they have the authority to...
Wait, do you think Putin's a war criminal?
Honestly, I haven't looked into that war. But
you haven't looked into that? Wow, dude, that's insane. Wow, he doesn't know if Putin's a war criminal, chat.
Can I answer the question based on...
I mean, it's an obvious yes. It's an obvious yes, he's a war criminal. I'll ask you, who designates Putin as a war criminal? And then the same committee, the same group that designates Putin as a war criminal also designates Benjamin Netanyahu as a war criminal.
I was about to say that I haven't looked into the war, but based on Putin marching into another country, he is a war criminal. But you didn't care to listen to the rest of it. You just said, "Oh, he didn't do his research, so he's for sure he's going to say something rhetorical." No, that's not what I said. I said I didn't do the information, but from the information I know, it does result in him being a war criminal because you can't just march into another country, which is exactly what Palestine did.
No, it's exactly what
No.
Israel is doing.
Israel marched into
With
Gaza?
the United States. Yes, they are ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people,
No, that's
and
after
they
Gaza
are
marched.
literally they are colonizing the land.
Hold on. Who was the aggressor?
The
in
United
war
States is
happening, right?
ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people and colonizing the land.
The United
That's
States
what
isn't
Trump
ethnically
Gaza
cleansing
is. That's
right
what that's what Trump
That's a
Gaza
proposed
is.
plan that hasn't begun in any way, shape, or form. It was a plan that has been proposed.
It's
and has not taken-
plan that's been proposed. Shut the fuck up. You obviously understand in this scenario that's the ethnic cleansing and then colonization of that land.
Just like every other country that formed in a.
And you're okay with that? You're okay with
No. I
Wow,
didn't
you're
say I
okay
was
with
okay, but I was
ethnically
saying,
cleansing a
if we're
native
gonna do this-
population. Wait, no, hold up. You're okay with ethnically cleansing a native population and then settling that land? Okay, how is that any different from what Russia is doing in Ukraine?
So I'll tell you what. I'm not in favor of ethnically cleansing, and you're going to argue now. So how did you say every other country?
So then you
I
disagree
don't-
with Donald Trump's position. Do you agree?
I will say that I disagree on a part of his plan. Yes.
A part of his plan. That's just a part
Yeah.
of the plan. That's his whole plan. His whole
No,
plan
that's
was
not
to
his whole
ethnically cleanse the Palestinian population and then resettle it as Trump Gaza for real estate development. What are you talking about, bro?
Right, but in the plan, he also brought up that. So I'll tell you what. In regards to this part of the plan, I would be in favor of the people of Gaza having a choice on this. Maybe if the people of Gaza want this, maybe they should get it. Why should
Okay.
we have a say? Maybe they should have the say. And I do think that they're not in control. Hamas is in control of Gaza, and they wouldn't let the civilians in Gaza actually have an opinion on this matter, as they don't allow people in Gaza. There was a civilian, and there was plenty of stories where they were upset for Hamas for being in between civilians because that caused a lot of civilian casualties, but they don't care.
Yeah, the
And
same thing is
honestly-
true about. There are also protests against the Israeli state government for committing a genocide in Palestine.
100%.
Oh, okay. So then why don't you acknowledge that? Why don't you acknowledge that? Why are we not? Why are we only acknowledging it when there are anti-Hamas rallies, right? But we don't acknowledge it when there are anti-Israeli state government rallies. Why can't we acknowledge it in both scenarios?
Because in the IDF situation, there aren't civilian casualties due to
There
the
are. There
No,
are.
there's
You're
no.
just lying. You're just totally lying. You're saying that there's no civilian casualties? You're just lying.
No, that's not what I said. I said there's no civilian casualties due to their position in the war. And as
Yes, there is. You just are totally fucking lying.
Okay, so let's discuss. Let's discuss.
You're
this.
totally
Let's discuss.
fucking lying.
I understand this. Let's discuss it. The position the IDF has that we should have a war with Gaza, right? That's their position. Now there are civilian casualties from the Palestinian side, right?
Mostly women and children.
Got it. Now the Hamas, they're actively hiding amongst the civilians. Now the civilians who want to protest that are killed.
Can I actually give you a hypothetical real quick?
Yes.
If the cartel came into the United States and they killed American citizens, would it be justified for us to drone strike like the cartel, right, in Mexico, killing a bunch of Mexican innocent civilians? Mostly women and children?
If we were just shooting at the women and children, that would not be justified.
Wait. No, if we were to kill the same amount of Mexican civilians that we've killed, right, in the context of Palestine, would it be justified?
In the context of Israel-Palestine?
Yeah.
According to every single war that has been going on in the world in the last 100 years, yes.
You would be okay with killing that many Mexicans, innocent civilians?
Would you? Are you against every single war?
This is exactly why. I think there are absolutely many wars that I'm against. Most wars I am absolutely against because there's been literally killings of innocent civilians. If you are justifying the killings of innocent civilians in the way that you are doing so, how is that any different from someone who's justifying Hamas doing so?
I'm justifying the ratio of combatants.
And again, wait, Hamas could claim the same thing.
How? But their ratio is not justifiable.
Their ratio. What is their ratio? Do you even know? Are you even familiar?
From the 12, let's see, the 1,200 people that died on October 7th. What percentage of that were combatants?
I'd have to ask you for that information, right? I'm not talking just that. We're talking about the entirety of every event. You wouldn't just look at one day for the IDF. I can point to multiple days for the IDF where there were higher proportionalities of innocent civilians killed.
Right, but we're going to look at
combatants.
but we're going to look at the complete number. We're not going to look at.
I just want to clarify: if most people killed in Palestine are women and children, isn't that at least indicative of the fact that, like, you're okay with more women and children dying than combatants?
But that's not the case.
That's actually the case. If it's mostly women and children, you're okay with most of the people. Wait. You're okay if we were to drone strike Mexico and most of the people who die are women and children.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
I'll tell you, if that's our only way of getting rid of a threat that's killing us, do you have a different?
Do you see what he's applying this? This is what they're going to do.
Do you have a different?
Hold on. I just want to clarify. This is what they're going to do. This is what they're going to do. They're going to start drone striking Mexico, right? If something like this happened, they would start drone striking Mexico. And I mean, obviously, there would prompt a response, but the response would not be to drone strike them and to lead to as many innocent civilians that have died in the context of this conflict. You are going to do is whatever you possibly fucking could to reduce, right, there being civilian death. And that is not drone striking civilian areas. Okay? Drone striking civilian areas is not trying to reduce civilian death. Now, let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Sabrina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Maybe we will. It depends on how well it does. It depends on whether or not we get enough funding for everything, to be honest, and if we're going to go on tour to other places. Cole with the $200 for have a great day, dude. Can we get some W's for Cole in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $200. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Cole in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Chuck, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Arena, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Hey, Parker, thank you for everything that you do. You're making a difference and you're doing a great job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that as well. As Sadra, thank you so much for the $2.
No. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the hypothetical you provided, where Mexico did what Hamas did on October 7, right? They are obviously a threat.
Not Mexico, the cartel.
The cartel, right? So they are obviously a big threat to the United States when you have that number of people killed and taken hostage in one day, right? So at what point, what's the price of our security? At what point would you say, okay, you know what? They're hiding behind civilians. It's one of the most condensed areas on Earth, so we can't bomb them without.
Wait. So now you care about like safety after you voted for a guy that released violent criminals in the country who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th, who undermined our rule of law, our court system, our constitution, who caused violence on January 6th, whether you like it or not. And he absolutely did.
What a pivot!
Do you not acknowledge any of that?
Honestly, I wasn't even listening because I was so shocked you brought that up as we were discussing this topic, and you didn't have an answer to the price of security, so you brought up a different issue with Donald Trump. Let's go back to where we're at.
I like how you didn't acknowledge that you brought up security, and I said you don't actually in any context care about security as a response to the position that you brought up. You act like it's a pivot, but it was a response to something that you brought up. That is dishonest. That is absolutely, listen, that is absolutely and totally dishonest for you to not acknowledge that it was totally on point with something that you addressed in terms of security. I'm sorry that you didn't like the response. I'm sorry that you didn't have a response to what I said, so you just wanted to call it a pivot. But I actively addressed directly what you said in terms of security.
You bring up a hypothetical.
That's not a hypothetical. I brought up things that actually happened.
Talking about the Mexico scenario.
Wait, that's a hypothetical earlier. I didn't just bring that up.
Right. So I was answering that hypothetical.
Well, listen, you said that I pivoted, right? And I was addressing, right, things that Donald Trump did that you didn't give a fuck about in terms of security. So if you didn't give a fuck about security, why are you bringing it up here? That's what I'm saying.
Because we were discussing a hypothetical scenario. It wasn't actually the security of our country. It was a scenario of the cartel walking into our country and doing that. So I was addressing the security of our country in the hypothetical scenario. Does that make sense?
I know, but you don't actually care about security. So why are you bringing it up?
that's a different conversation, but we're talking about the hypothetical because I'm trying to prove to you what Israel is doing in the war, but you want to pivot to security in January 6th or whatever you brought up. I'm talking about, you brought up a hypothetical scenario and I answered you on it, and I brought up the word security. So you went and you brought up January 6th or whatever you brought up, which I'm fully down to discuss, but I was answering you your hypothetical scenario. If you want to discuss something else now, we could do that.
I can absolutely. We did, and I was just showing you that when you bring up security in terms of this context, you don't actually think it's relevant, right? Because it is the case that literally you didn't think it was relevant when actually voting for the candidate that you're talking about for president of the United States. That's a very relevant thing towards a conversation where we're talking about which political candidate you voted for in the very first place.
Okay, I hear why your argument on the relevance of bringing up security is, but I would argue that...
Like, imagine saying it's a pivot in a conversation about who's a better presidential candidate to talk about the presidential candidate in terms of a relevancy to what you view as security that you're applying in certain arguments within the context of a debate about which presidential candidate is better. Like, dude, the amount of fucking reaching that you're engaging in to deflect away and not address the points that I brought up is actually comical.
So if you wanted to debate if that was a pivot or not, I'll answer you on that, but you might argue that I'm not addressing the security. So which one do you choose I respond to? Should I respond to the part if it's a pivot or not, or do you want me to respond to the hypothetical, or do you want me to respond if I care about the security of this country?
You can respond to both if you have enough brain cells to do so.
Okay, so first I'll respond to the pivot part, if it was a pivot or not. You brought up a hypothetical scenario of the cartel walking into America and doing what Hamas did. Now, I answered you that what price would we put on this country in this hypothetical scenario, because I'm not actually addressing the security of this country. We're discussing the security of Israel because this is a hypothetical scenario, right?
And so we're talking about what you view as correct in terms of establishing security within the context of a particular country. So how is that not relevant when we're referencing the security of Israel?
Because we clearly were discussing the Palestine-Gaza conflict.
I understand, but the way that you apply it in this context, especially within the context of America, is very much relevant towards how you see it to be applicable in the context of the situation.
You applied it in that context, not me. You brought up that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's too much critical thought for you. My bad. I shouldn't have thought that you can think that critically.
Is that all you could come up with why it wasn't a pivot? That it was too much critical thinking? You didn't bring a relevant argument.
I've responded to all of these points and you didn't listen to a single part. You can watch it back on YouTube later.
I did.
If you want to, you can watch this conversation back on YouTube later and see how much you got embarrassed.
I'm very clear about how this conversation went down, and you argued that it wasn't a pivot bringing up national security when we're discussing a hypothetical of the Palestine-Gaza war. You
brought up security, and I said that you don't give a shit about security, so why are you applying it in this scenario? Why is it relevant to you in terms of determining whether or not like a particular action is justified here? Because you didn't give a fuck about security when it comes to your own country.
How did you come to the conclusion that I don't care about security?
Because Donald Trump literally undermines security within practically every respect with our allies. He undermines security in terms of literally being a convicted criminal held civilly liable, sexually abusing women. He violates the security of women, not only in terms of bragging about walking in the changing rooms of girls' Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, but also right in the context of scenarios where Donald Trump literally brags about grabbing women women by the vagina without asking, or restricting women's access to abortion or the safety of women to literally exist in a society, right, where they have rights over their bodies to make basic types of decisions that they said they should be able to make in terms of vaccines, but apparently bodily autonomy is only relevant whenever it's applicable to like cis men.
Got it. So would you say all these stuff are the same level of national security as October 7th for America?
The same level of national security?
Yeah, would you put that on the same pedestal?
I don't like comparing these types of things, but yes.
But you might not like comparing.
If anything, I would put it as like these are applicable to more people almost. We're talking about the rights of people in this country. We're talking about grape culture, which affects hundreds of millions of people in this country. We're talking about.
You should
decades
define what you mean by national security, because you're confusing rights with national security, two different things. You can't just bring in every argument you have against Trump and just put it on the national security.
We're talking about the amount of people it impacts.
No, we're talking about national security, which would, if the cartel would walk in, we wouldn't.
Do you think protection of rights is not relevant to national security?
it might have a relevance, but I don't think that's what national security is.
I never said that's what national security is, but it's relevant to national security.
No, you said you brought that up.
Do you agree that it's relevant
security.
to? Do you agree that it's relevant to national security?
I would say it have a relevance. Yeah, I wouldn't say it doesn't have a relevance at all. But that's not what national security is.
I never made that claim. I don't know why you keep
You
saying
did
that.
make that claim by bringing that up when I mentioned security for the country regarding the cartel walking into to America.
I'm confused what your point is trying to be here. Can you
My point
repeat
is that I argued that when the cartel walked into this country, in the hypothetical scenario, that would threaten our security. So you brought up, oh, there's no way that you care about security because Donald Trump doesn't care about rights of people. This is the exact point you made. So I went on to make the argument that maybe
I can respond to it that way because that's totally fair to critique your position on the basis of that. But secondly, right, again, like I was just using the same point that you were saying, oh, it's a threat to the security, because yes, it is a threat to security to have people who are going to commit violent crimes come across into the country, right? Of course, I would acknowledge that, right? But I'm just saying that same reasoning bites you in the ass.
So the same
is it a legitimate concern? In that scenario, absolutely. What you're not taking into account is the type of response is not proportionate, and also doesn't take into account history of why this is the case in the first place. Right, so obviously you should limit the rights violations of Palestinians, and you probably would see a less likely chance where there's going to be conflict within the region. That's just a fact of reality.
100%. That's why I said it's relevant, but I wouldn't define that as national security. So if I were to ask you, let's say rights, you were referring to abortion rights, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah. So if someone asked you what taking away abortion rights, even Donald Trump hasn't done that or said he would do that. He would leave that up to the state. But let's assume
takes away abortion rights.
That would vary state by state, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
is that like okay? Is that like okay to discriminate against rights in certain states? Like you understand that's exactly what the Confederates were arguing, right? They were arguing that it's okay to discriminate against people's rights based upon certain states like agreeing on that.
I would actually agree on that, but then I would make the argument that that's not security, that's rights. I would not make the argument.
What is security?
National security. I would define national security as the people in our country being secure to live by the laws of this land.
Yeah, okay. So then that would mean that their rights are upheld.
It
would rely upon the fact that their rights are upheld, because they are not allowed to live securely within the context of this country if it is the case that their rights are not upheld.
They would have to follow the law. Is that what you mean?
Okay, wait, so whatever the law is, you think is justified?
I think that the law should be based off what most of the country wants.
Okay, so if most of the country wanted people to be enslaved, are you saying that should be okay? Or legal?
So obviously that's an absurd thing that I don't think would happen. But if
I'll give you an explicit example. The Confederates in certain states in the United States want to make it okay or legal to own people as slaves. Do you think that certain Confederate states should be allowed to do that because they voted on that?
Oh, so you're asking in regards to leaving things up to the state?
Yeah.
So no, I don't.
No. Okay. Would you argue that it's pro-slavery to leave it up to the states?
If that were the case, yes, I would argue that.
So you're like pro-forcing women to go through pregnancies even if they've been sexually assaulted, because it is the case that you think it should be left up to the states.
So in the context of abortion versus slavery, I do think that slavery is a much more extreme example, and you can't compare that to abortion, where half the country actually agrees on that. It's not as extreme as slavery. And I think
wait. I'm giving you an example where in these certain states, half the country believes that slavery should be legal in those certain areas, which is insane and disgusting. So just because half the country believes that doesn't mean that that's a legitimate position. Half the country can believe in things that are horrible.
100%. I don't disagree with that, but yet still, are you saying...
Sadra, thank you so much for the $2. And Fran with the $50. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Fran in the comment section. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, is stealing top secret documents interfering with national security?
The what? Did she ask me? Was that a question referred to me?
They said, is stealing top secret documents interfering with national security?
Stealing. Yes, I would argue that.
Okay, interesting.
I wouldn't put it on the same pedestal as a big percentage of people being killed and taken hostage, but yes, I do think it's a concern in regards to national security. And now we would have to go into an argument. What is stealing? Is the president's other house considered as stealing or not? Well, we could go. I don't know the details on that exactly, but I'm sure it's up for debate. I don't think it's as simple as just
Can you give me a definition of stealing?
Taking something that is not of yours, I would say.
Not rightfully yours. Isn't that not what Donald Trump did?
Taking something
with classified documents, he took something that was not rightfully his.
But it was rightfully his when he was president, wasn't it?
He was out of office.
Right, but did he take it while he was still in office,
But when he was out of office, he didn't rightfully have it.
Right, so he took it.
He said explicitly he would have declassified it if he could have.
Right, so when he took it, he had the right to take it, but he kept it for longer. That's why.
Then he was allowed to take it. So
he was kept it for longer. Right.
Wait, I have a question. If I go get a library book, but then I keep the library book forever, did I steal the library book?
I didn't disagree with the claim that
I'm
you
asking,
made.
did I steal the library book? I originally got it okay in a manner in which I could, but I kept on to it longer than I should have. So did I steal the library book?
So I would ask you this: would you say someone that keeps a library book?
He
for
can't
longer
answer the question. He can't answer if I stole the fucking library book, dude.
You answer. Should someone that keeps a library book for longer than allowed, should he be arrested? Answer my question.
Can I get an answer to my question first?
I'll answer you, but you have to promise me you'll answer mine.
After you answer my question.
Right, got it. Okay. So someone that keeps a library book, is that considered stealing? Yes.
Okay. So then Donald Trump did steal classified documents.
Oh, whoa! You said you were going to answer my question first. You said you were going to answer my question right afterwards.
Well, let me make sure that we get this point written down. Trump did steal classified documents. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So should someone keeping a book from the library longer than allowed be arrested?
No.
So should people who steal be arrested?
Not in all scenarios.
Not in all scenarios. Okay, no problem. What was it? So keep going.
If a kid steals a chocolate bar, should they be arrested?
No, like you said, not in all scenarios.
Yeah, but if you steal classified documents from the federal government, should you be arrested?
Well, in this scenario, he was allowed to have it.
Wait. If you steal classified documents from the federal government, should you be arrested?
Just like you answered. Depends which scenario. Just like you answered,
It depends. Tell me, what does it depend on?
It depends on which scenario. In a scenario where someone was allowed...
In what scenario should you not be arrested for stealing federally classified documents?
When you were allowed to have it, but you had it for...
Stealing means you're not allowed to have it.
No, we both agreed that you're allowed to have something, and if you have it for longer than you're allowed to, it's considered as stealing. Did you not agree?
Yeah, so you agree. Okay, that means you're not allowed to have it.
So it is possible for someone to have something and extend the amount of time he was allowed to have it, and then it could be considered stealing,
okay,
right?
So here's my question. If you steal federally classified documents, should you be arrested?
So I answer just like you did. Depends on the scenarios, not in all scenarios.
No, here's my answer for this. Yes.
In all scenarios?
Yeah, I'd probably say that you should be arrested, yes.
So should Hillary Clinton be arrested for
if she stole federally classified documents?
She had it on her emails.
Federally classified documents?
There was
because here, let me give you an example. This is actually like the set of conditions that they bring up is that if they ask you to give them back because you just had them and you conceal them, then you
hold on.
Then you are. Let me clarify. I didn't get that. Can I please clarify before you cut me off? Before I mute you because you're being.
I just didn't hear. That's why I asked.
I understand. Yeah. So if it is the case that you didn't know that you had them, and they just inform you, you'll make sure to give this back, and then you specifically uphold that and you give it back to them right away, that's fine. You shouldn't be arrested, right? But if you then try to continue to conceal them, right, and to keep them, even when they've told you to give them back, given that you understand that you have them, then that would be stealing. Do you agree?
Yeah, I guess I would agree to that. That makes sense.
Okay, well, that's what Donald Trump did.
All right, so
That's literally exactly what Donald Trump did.
So I just said I would consider it as stealing.
Yeah, so Donald Trump stole classified documents.
Right. So if someone gets a warning from the library that he should return his book, if he doesn't return, should he be arrested?
If he doesn't return it, well, that's not classified documents. But
I'm just asking in regards to stealing.
They should be fined, and that's
okay. So I would agree Donald Trump should be fined for that.
Again, there's a distinction between library books and federal classified documents.
That he was allowed to have
I do
when he
think
obtained
people
them.
should be arrested if we're talking about federal classified documents, because it's
They
not
were
a
allowed-
library book. It's not going to be a random library book. It's not a children's book.
Right, but they were allowed to have it when they obtained it. They just overstayed their having it.
Again, if it's federal classified documents, then
And
they
they
should
were
go to prison.
they legally obtained. They were allowed to have it when they
They were
obtained
not
it.
legally continue to have, right? They were not
Oh, right.
legal. They're not in legal possession.
Right. So he basically overstayed. It's like a late payment, basically.
Again, he knew specifically that he could give it back, and he chose not to, and he still decided to contain it and to hide them, right?
Are you saying that he intentionally kept it and didn't return it, as
Yes.
opposed to just? What's your proof of that?
The literal court documents.
What does the court document state that would lead me to believe that he intentionally kept them and didn't?
Literally government officials indicated that Donald Trump stored them and then refused to return classified documents, like when asked, and that's from the indictment. I can send you an AP News article. It's titled "Donald Trump Stored, Showed Off, and Refused to Return Classified Documents." Indictment says.
Got it. So I think that would be defined as stealing. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay, and is that a threat to our national security?
Yes, I do believe that's a threat to our national security. Yes.
Okay. That's just one thing. That's just that we were just proving what the guest said there.
You didn't prove anything. All you proved is that I do care about national security, which goes back.
You said
to
that it wasn't stealing. You said that it wasn't stealing. I proved to you that it was stealing.
No, I didn't say it wasn't stealing. I said which scenario? Didn't I say that?
You're such a
Didn't
little liar.
I say it depends which scenario? I said that.
Such a little liar. You, at the beginning of this conversation, said it was stealing.
Did I not say it depends on which scenario? Did I not say that?
Later in the conversation, but the first part of the conversation, you did say that.
In
I
what
did give you
context?
$2.
In what context did I say that it was not stealing?
Would you like me to play back the video?
No, because I could tell you pretty clearly how I said. I said
I can play back the video because I have this on YouTube.
okay. If you choose to do that, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
It's just extra. You did do that. Everyone in the comment section can say that you did that.
Well, I wouldn't take the comment section as a credible source.
What do you mean? They literally watched it happen. We're talking about what
and
happened.
I literally said it.
Okay, and there are thousands of people that
what gives
listen
them more
to it
credibility than me?
because there's thousands of people that saw it.
So each individual, how do they have more credibility than me?
Because they are recognizing the same scenario as you. I would take more people who witnessed the same event over you just saying it.
Not a children's book.
Right, but
Can I get an answer to my question first?
I'll answer you, but you have to promise me you'll answer mine.
After you, it was not rightfully his.
But so in the context of abortion versus slavery, I do think that slavery is I don't disagree with that, but yet still, are you saying?
Phaedra, thank you so much for the two. So,
Right.
Wait, I have a question. If I go get a library book,
Question referred to me?
they said, is stealing top secret documents interfering with national security?
Stealing. Yes, I would argue that.
Okay, interesting.
I wouldn't put it on the same pedestal as a big percentage of people being killed and taken hostage, but yes, I do think it's a concern in regards to national security. And now we would have to go into an argument: what is stealing? Is the president's other house considered as stealing or not? Well, we could go. I don't know the details on that exactly, but I'm sure it's up for debate. I don't think it's as simple as just
Can you give me a definition of stealing?
Taking something that is not of yours, I would say.
Not rightfully yours? Isn't that not what Donald Trump did?
Taking something
With classified documents, he took something that was not rightfully his.
but it was rightfully his when he was president, wasn't it?
He was out of office. Is that not you explicitly arguing that it was not stealing?
I'm sorry. You have the time stamp? Can you replay it 5 seconds? The last 5 seconds again?
Okay. I don't know why I need to. I just played it.
I'll explain it because it was a long thing. You played back from like 3 minutes, and I couldn't.
Stealing or not? Well, we could go. I don't know the details on that exactly. Is the president's other house considered as stealing or not? Well, we could go. I don't know the details on that exactly, but I'm sure it's up for debate. I don't think it's as simple as just
Can you give me a definition of stealing?
Taking something that is not of yours, I would say.
Not rightfully yours. Isn't that not what Donald Trump did?
Taking something
with classified documents, he took something that was not rightfully his.
But it was rightfully his when he was president, wasn't it?
He was out of office.
Right, but did he take it while he was still in office,
But when he was out of office, he didn't rightfully have it.
Right, so he took it.
He said explicitly he would have declassified it if he could have.
Right, so when he took it, he had the right to take it, but he kept it for longer. That's why.
Then he was allowed to take it. So
he was kept it for longer. Right.
Wait, I have a question. If I go get a library book, but then I keep the library book forever, did I steal the library book?
I didn't disagree with the claim that
I'm
you
asking,
made.
did I steal the library book? I originally got it okay in a manner in which I could, but I kept on to it longer than I should have. So did I steal the library book?
So I would ask you this: would you say someone that keeps a library book?
He can't answer the question. He can't answer if I stole the fucking library book, dude.
You answer: should someone that keeps a library book for longer than allowed, should he be arrested? Answer my question.
Is that enough for you to believe that like you were essentially arguing that?
I absolutely did not state that Donald Trump did not steal these documents. Never in the conversation did I state, and you know that, you played through 5 minutes and you were looking for something.
That was not 5 minutes.
3 minutes. And you did not find anything because I specifically asked you the question in response to the question you asked me. And you said that you can't answer my question. So I went ahead and said, I'll answer your question if you answer mine. And then I answered that I would classify that as stealing.
And I'll ask. But in the beginning of the conversation, you were saying you would have to argue that it was stealing or not, and you'd kind of lean to the position that it's not stealing.
I said that it was up for debate if someone held something for longer than he is allowed to. If that is.
And what did you say right after that? What did you say right after that?
What I said right after that, I don't remember. What was the conversation? You told me.
I just played it twice. Do I need to play it for a third time?
So you asked me if someone has something from the library longer than he is allowed. Is he allowed?
That's not the point of the conversation. I'm talking about prior to that.
Bro, I'm sorry if I don't remember the order of the conversation. You can ask me anything. I'll probably respond the same thing I answered then. I don't think I changed my position anywhere throughout this argument.
So at the beginning, what did you say right after? Oh my God.
Beginning after, bro. I don't know. There's no timestamp.
You know what? I just realized that there's nothing that's going to change your mind. I just played it twice for you.
Right. So we came to the conclusion of what? What after this whole argument? What did we come to the conclusion?
You're not a genuine actor?
Is this no, wrong. That's not the conclusion we came to.
That's the conclusion I've come to.
Didn't I state that it was a threat to national security if Trump held those documents?
After the arguments we provided, but originally you were arguing that it wasn't even stealing. You were saying that it's up for debate, right, and that it is the case that you were like you think that there was a good argument for it not being considered stealing, right, and that he rightfully has it.
I said that keeping something longer than you're allowed to, whether that's stealing or not, is up for debate. I wasn't talking about the specific example of Donald Trump where he was warned to give it back, which we then went in to argue about. But that was my initial claim, was just that the idea of someone keeping something for longer than he's allowed to is considered as stealing or not. And that would you say that that's always stealing?
Do you agree that's stealing? In the context
as you answered before, I think it depends on which scenarios.
I think in the case of in Donald Trump's scenario, did he steal them?
I already answered that I do believe that was stealing. After he was warned, then I
was a national security threat. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Is it like a security threat to like violate women's rights or to try to undermine the Constitution or like the rule of law or a court system?
So you said a few things. Give me one. because women assaulting a woman and January 6th is two different things. Which one are you presenting? But before you do that, I want to go back
Would
and
you like
now
to just pick one?
I would love to do that. But before that, we got into argument for a reason, right? What was the reason we got into the argument? And I'll explain you if you don't remember.
This guy doesn't
because I do
respond to what
remember.
I say. It tells you.
We came from a different argument. I want to go back to the point that I was making, which led us to the argument of the library book. There was a point trying to be made. And if you don't remember that point, I'll remind you, because you said I don't care about national security, and your proof to that was because I was going to say that Donald Trump...
No, we got to that because someone sent me a donation asking you a question. Nice recollection of our conversation.
Why did that person ask the question? Because it was in regards to if I care about national security or not. Because you claimed I didn't care about national security after I brought up security regarding the Mexican cartel.
Okay. Would you like to provide an argument, or would you like to just sit here and talk about the conversation that we're having?
No, I would like to go back and prove my point. Why you still didn't disqualify why it's not right the way Israel's retaliating to Gaza. Because when I brought up the point that America would have to, you brought up a point that, let's say the cartel came in and America bombed and it was killing a lot of Mexicans. I asked you a question: what price do you put on security? And that's when you asked, do you care about security? You don't care about security because ... So now once
what price do I put on security? A lot. I would put a huge price on security. But like what you're not saying is that I don't think it's okay to justify the deaths of innocent women and children in Palestine because of what you were arguing, though. Like you're arguing that the deaths of innocent women and children happening to a higher rate than combatants is justified.
I'd say
I
that...
asked you if that same thing was true about us killing innocent Mexican civilians. Would you be okay with that?
And I said that if comparable to every single war, then it is an acceptable ratio if you look at every single war.
So again, in that scenario, you'd be okay with killing more Mexican women and children than killing people who are combatants.
If that was the price of our national security, yes.
Yeah. And what out of
would you disagree? Would you disagree?
What in terms of national security has this gotten them?
You're referring to Israel now, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to eradicate Hamas, so they don't just march into their country and kill people.
Did they eradicate Hamas?
I don't think that. Big portion.
So then what did they get?
They killed, I think, 20,000 of Hamas, but I think there's still a lot of them left. So do you propose to just leave Hamas the way it is and just hope it doesn't happen again?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I was saying specifically is if you were going to actually hold Israel accountable for the war crimes that they've committed in the context of Gaza and Palestine, and especially within the context of the West Bank, well, then it would be the case that there would be a reduction in the likelihood of conflict between these particular areas and a reduction in the likelihood of Hamas even being the acting government in that particular area because of anti-Hamas protests that would very much be likely to occur given the fact that there would be nothing that Hamas is providing for the particular area. So the way that you actually get liberalization and like progression within the area is by actually holding Israel accountable, right, and recognizing the state of Palestine.
I hear your opinion, but that's not a fact. That's just your opinion, and it's not your family that was kidnapped or killed. And I would beg to argue that would not be your position.
And
if it was
there are plenty of people within Israel that are very critical of the Israeli state government, even about them getting the hostages back and about that not being effective in terms of their process. So I would absolutely love to get hostages back. But when you're talking about hostages, the fact that the conversation is never about how many Palestinian hostages there are is absolutely disgusting. The fact that the conversation is only about one side having hostages is disgusting when there are more Palestinian hostages as well.
What hostages are in Israel? What Palestinian hostages?
You don't think there are any Palestinian hostages? I can give you numbers from the Israeli state government that show you there are more Palestinian hostages. What are you talking about?
You mean prisoners?
What's the distinction between hostage and prisoner?
A prisoner is someone that's taken into prison because they committed a crime. A hostage is someone that's innocent and is taken away just for that.
What crime did the Palestinians commit that are currently as hostages?
If you give me a specific person that's being held in prison, I can.
You don't think there are any hostages?
Are you? What you're arguing is?
I'm asking you, is Israel holding any Palestinian hostages?
I think they're holding Palestinian prisoners.
Can you answer the question? Is Israel? No. You're going to sit there and deny that. Do you want to put money on this?
How would you
recognized by the international community as hostages?
international?
Do you think- so you don't think the international community acknowledges any Palestinian hostages?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say that if I agree the international community would define a certain prisoner as being a hostage. That's not what I agreed on. I said that I disagree that Israel holds hostages, not that a certain classification of what's the difference between a prisoner and a hostage.
Okay, can you define hostage?
Hostage, I would define a hostage as someone that's being held for no reason and released only on a given demand. That wasn't a perfect definition, but pretty much.
So there are no Palestinians held without reason?
I don't think the Israeli military goes around and just collects Palestinian people for no reason. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
So if the Israeli state government said that they did have some hostages, then would you agree? Because there have been hostage swaps, right?
There have been prisoner swaps, you mean?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prisoners for hostages.
Oh, okay.
And my proof to that would be how come the ratio...
Okay, so not hostage swaps, prisoner to hostage swaps. Okay, so then based upon the definition of prisoner that you provided, couldn't Hamas just define all of the hostages they have as prisoners?
I would ask what crime did they commit?
They would say the same thing that you just said. Right? They would say that they would say that they believed they did something wrong. Right? You would claim that you believe that they did something wrong.
Okay, then I would ask. I would say I think you're disingenuous, and my proof to you being disingenuous.
Really? Wait.
Hold on. I have proof for that.
I just want to be clear. You know that a lot of these sentiments are religious, right? And a lot of these religious individuals believe that practically everyone's committed a crime to their religion. So based upon your notion of what a crime is, right? They could claim the exact same thing to justify them holding hostages, which is an insane view. You agree with me that's an insane view. So then why don't you hold it to your same position that you just said?
Because I don't believe that Hamas, according to your argument, you believe that Hamas is right because they're just taking prisoners, right?
I do not believe Hamas. I told you already I condemn what Hamas
Right,
has done.
but
I
right
condemn
now
the
you're
killing of
making the
innocent people, right? And what you can't tell me is that you condemn the killing of innocent Palestinians. You can't tell me that.
You can't tell me that you don't accept Hamas because you literally just told me they could.
I explicitly said how many times in this conversation that I condemn Hamas?
So that's inconsistent with what you're saying now.
How is
you
that
could say
inconsistent with what I'm saying?
Because you're claiming that these people could be these hostages could be defined as prisoners, and in that case, Hamas would be right.
I'm saying based upon the same definition that you're providing, it gives you a justification for Hamas's actions, which I think is ridiculous. I said it was insane.
So what I was gonna say, which I didn't get to, is I don't think that Hamas can make that argument because they're disingenuous. How do I know that? That's just
if you don't think Hamas should be able to make that argument, well, then you shouldn't be able to make that argument either.
So are you saying that you can't make the argument that someone is a prisoner?
What I'm arguing is that you can't base your definition of hostage on that definition. Otherwise, right, you're going to be justifying, right, Hamas saying that they don't have any hostages, which would be insane.
So how would you define a prisoner?
How would I define?
What's a prisoner? Yeah.
So, well, we would base it upon the definition, again, in terms of crimes, and definition in terms of these sorts of things, in terms of our moral law. We would base it upon that, right? We wouldn't base
our moral
it upon...
law, you mean the country that's arresting them.
Can I please explain? Is that fair?
Sure.
Yeah, so if you base it upon like a moral law that is secular, well, then you don't have any of these religious fundamentalist arguments to respond to because you're not predicating it off of a religion.
Got it. So can you point me to a Palestinian that was arrested because of a religious law?
Religious law? I'm saying that you're basing it on religion, correct?
No.
You don't have a position based upon your ethics are not based on religion?
No, I'm saying that the Palestinians being arrested are not based on religious law. They're based on just human law.
You don't think Israeli government, you don't think it's a Jewish state?
That throwing rocks on a soldier and being arrested.
Do you think there's a separation of church and state in Israel?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. That's not an opinion question. That's a fact question.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, then you should probably look into it because that's the relevant point to what I'm saying. I'm just saying that these different governments, they base it on religion. So then obviously when I'm prescribing this based upon religion, their arguments are going to be applicable both sides, and yet you don't think that's a legitimate basis. So you got to have something that's not fundamentally not predicated off of religion to make that type of claim. And if you base it on a secular definition, well then obviously they would have hostages.
So are you arguing that the Palestinians being taken prisoner / hostage by Israeli army are being arrested based on religious laws and not just human laws that every country has?
I'm saying there are plenty of people who are Palestinian hostages, right, that Israel is holding.
Can you point me to? I didn't hear of a single.
Do I have to give you a name of a Palestinian that's a hostage? Like,
no, my question would be.
I don't think you would ask me for names of. I don't know any of the names of the Israelis that are held hostage, but yet I know that there's hostages.
I don't need a name. I'm just looking for I didn't hear of a single scenario where the Israeli military just walked up to a person and just arrested them for being Muslim. I didn't hear that.
Okay, well, you don't think that there's any Palestinians held without trial, held without due process?
Oh, that's a different question.
If they're held without due process, that's literally what I'm arguing. That's hostages under your view.
So you agree they were arrested for a reason, but you're saying they didn't have due process.
Wait, that's not the claim. I just said that they were without due process. In my sense, would be without good reason.
Right, but I'm saying they weren't just snatched off the street. They did something.
Do you think Palestinians in the West Bank are treated under the same law as Israelis?
No.
Okay. Isn't that apartheid?
I think I do think that's apartheid, but I don't think.
Okay, so you agree that Israel is committing apartheid?
No, I don't think they have another choice.
You don't think? So why don't they designate that they're both under the same law?
Again, why don't they?
Wait. Do you think the apartheid is justified?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure, but based on my knowledge,
not sure is crazy. That I'm gonna kick you for that. That's a fucking insane take. You saying that like you're not sure if apartheid is wrong is like exactly the problem I think exists, and exactly the type of red line that we need to draw. Jesus Christ, what do you mean you don't know if apartheid is bad? If you agree that there's an apartheid, how could you sit there and defend that? I feel like half the time you're like trying to determine, like you're trying to show them that it's an apartheid. But if he accepts that it's an apartheid and he's like, oh, I just don't know if an apartheid is bad. He's like, they have to do the apartheid. No, you can treat them equally. You don't have to treat them unequally in terms of rights. That's insane. Absolutely getting kicked for that. That's like crazy. That's such a crazy thing to do. Like, what the fuck, dude? What is up with all this shit, dude? Everyone, if you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It should help send it out to more people. I would really appreciate that. I'd really appreciate that. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are only looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Plus, you can support me over your YouTube Super Chat. I would really appreciate y'all. I'd really appreciate that. There's been so many bans on TikTok recently where everything has not been working correctly. So, yeah, it's been really unfortunate. Hopefully, we can get some people up here to get some debates going. Someone's saying in the chat that this person wants to be Dean so bad. Even tries to copy his mannerisms. There's no way this person's real. Hey, Bruce, can you accept that invite? Bruce, what do you mean I want to copy Dean? What are you talking about? Are you okay? These people are not real, dude. They must be new here, dude. One, Dean and I are literally friends. Two, if you don't remember, I've been around here for longer than Dean. Just going to let you know, buddy. Just going to let you know. Parker's pre-Dean. Absolutely diabolical that you say that, honestly. Actually, we're just going to kick anyone that has webcam capacities. Practically everyone. For some reason, I feel like I can have this person up.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
I don't think so. See this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Jamie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Jamie. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jamie. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Ivy, thank you for the $2. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Amanda with the $50. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Amanda in the comment section for the $50 for thank you for being an amazing human. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Amanda. W's for Amanda in the comments right now. That's unbelievable. And then and Azra, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. It should help send it out to more people. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. I'm sorry, everyone. Do you have a camera? Today, I'm just like not accepting people up that have camera, like access on their account. So I'm sorry, everyone. There's just been too many trolls recently. Too many trolls. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
I think he was good for the economy.
You're trolling. Leo, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Leo. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Ramar, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Parker. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Oh, they have camera. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, everyone. If you have a camera, I'm probably not going to accept you. I'm really sorry. All right, do give it a second, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Answer when. Make sure to send a guest request. Answer when. I'd love to debate you. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Just looking for some debates, y'all. Oh, this person has a camera. I'm sorry. If you have a camera, chat, I'm trying to be safe today. I am really trying to be safe, you know. There we go. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, anyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate Hannah. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Hannah. That is incredibly kind of you. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. W Hannah in the chat. Thank you, Hannah. And Shay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. That is diabolical. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nope.
How old are you?
Say it again. You cut out. I'm 24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Why did you cry like a little bitch on TikTok Live?
What do you mean?
When you're like bawling your eyes out like a little bitch.
Are you talking about the time where I cried on TikTok Live because we raised $26,000 for like a friend that has cancer in a day?
Oh, Well, people posted about it being about Harry Sisson, so
Okay. Well, you should look more into that type of stuff. I'm not gonna debate some right wing person that's just gonna be a crazy fuck about that type of shit. So,
are you
regardless,
friends? Are you friends with Harry still?
no, no. Would you like
Oh,
to
why?
debate me on anything like meaningful?
Why aren't you friends with Harry?
You can go check out my thoughts on this, like over on the Discord. You can check out my thoughts on this on all the videos that were posted about it. I've talked about this plenty of times. If you would like to engage in an actual meaningful debate with me, I'd love to have that
So
conversation. Otherwise,
you're
it seems
admitting Harry
like
sucks.
yes. Now, would you like to engage with what I have to say here?
What about Chris? Does he suck?
Yes. Can you like
Oh,
actually engage with
nice,
what I have to
cool.
say, or
That's all I wanted to hear was
okay,
you admit that because I hate them too.
okay, cool. I don't know why you just instead of actually arguing or debating me, you just decided to do that.
I can say whatever the fuck I want.
As if those thoughts aren't like already like
I can say whatever the
public.
fuck I want. I can say whatever I want.
You actually can't.
Yeah, I can.
Then
Kick me then.
I can.
Go ahead then. I can
Okay.
say whatever the fuck I want. I just did.
No, you can't. You're in the comment section right now. You can't say whatever you want. No one can hear you. Well, what's wrong with that person, dude? Seriously. What is wrong with these people? Okay. He's tough guy. He's so tough. Incredibly tough. Tougher than you've ever seen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up?
How old are you?
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Fuck yeah, man.
Why so?
No, I'm joking. Fuck Americans. Your own niggas die, nigga.
What's wrong with you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here again, everyone. Please, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. There we go, banned. I got banned for guest violation, harassment, and bullying. Wow. I can be nice and I still get banned because they did something mean. What, dude? I was literally so nice the whole time. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. I just want to say thank you to some people. Goldie, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. I really appreciate it. For you and Dean made me political. Kirk was at my school. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. As well as Amy, thank you so much for the $100 for happy birthday from Hillary's email / Hunter's laptop. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, y'all. I really appreciate it. Right now, everyone, there's been a lot of bans over on TikTok, so it's made it like almost like impossible to like utilize TikTok. Like, I don't even know what to do at this point, to be honest, chat. Like, to be totally honest, I have no clue. Because, like, the bans are, like, happen so much. I've been online for 2 hours, and I've already got banned. Can't even do full streams anymore. How you doing, man? I would like to say I'm doing better than I am, but TikTok's just been annoying. Very annoying. But yeah, everyone, we will give it a second to see like if we get the account back, what happens there. I don't quite know what's going on right now. Seems like we're gonna be over here on YouTube. If you're on YouTube right now, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. It helps send it out to more people. Paloma, thank you so much for the $1. I would just say go to AP News and find it there. That's like the best way I could tell you. I would know less than what you'd be able to find on AP News. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Get a phone number, Akana. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, I might do that. I might just do Streamlabs though. I think the move is probably to do Streamlabs next time I go live. Maddie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I hope you do well. I hope you do well. Good luck, Maddie. Good luck. Hannah, think of the $5. Are you gonna start to pivot to maybe a call-in number? That or like Streamlabs. There's something called Streamlabs where you guys will just be able to click on a link and it will let you join up as a guest. Winthrop, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Streamlabs. I meant to say StreamYard. And it would just be like directly through this. That's what I might do like tomorrow. Because it's getting to a point where like I've got nothing, you know? I can't do anything else. It's very unfortunate. Romar, I did get you on Venmo. I wish you heard it. I said thank you a few times for the ones that I've seen from you. Sid, thank you for the $5. I'm very hyped. I'm so hyped. Y'all have no clue. I would love to do stuff like that. I just always can't because like I feel like I'm not safe doing that. But this time we got like security. We got a bunch of stuff. So I'm super fucking excited. Super fucking excited. Hannah, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I was on my YouTube homepage and saw your live as a featured stream, which is so swag. That's so sick. That's so sick. I'm happy that it was a featured stream. It's probably because you follow me, though. I would assume that. I would hope so. I would hope that I get sent to some more send out here in the future because I love that. I would love that. Eve, thank you for the $2. Maybe. I think StreamYard is probably the move. Because a middleman middlemen can still like fail, you know. Same issue can exist, and they can find ways to get around that. So there just needs the ability to like limit people from like on TikTok from being able to use their camera. Like they should not be able to turn their camera on. Like I should be able to turn it off. Elizabeth, think of the $2. We're trying to get a place for guests. Twitch wouldn't be able to get guests very well. At least my thoughts. Kelvin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Sorry, I'm just responding to my girlfriend, everyone. Get a Google number. I mean, I could do that. Just StreamYard makes most sense. Ella, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Called out a Trump supporter on her hypocrisy and she blocked me. That's hilarious. You know, I could join as like a guest on like people's lives if I like as a like just debate some random MAGA or something. They said I'm banned for community guidelines for 3 days. I need to appeal it. It didn't appeal for some reason. Oh, it doesn't let me appeal. Great. Chat, look at this. Appeal. Appeal. It just keeps doing it. So I can't even appeal the ban. Bro, dude, this app sucks, dude. It's so ass. It's so ass, chat. I know, I know y'all can't hear me. It's just literally like the audio cut out even though it's plugged in. It's like really frustrating. It's like everything's happening right now. It's just the worst way it could happen. And I'm not going to get my account back because it literally won't let me appeal. I hate this app. I'm about to quit TikTok. I'm seriously about to quit TikTok. It's the worst fucking app ever. It's so dog shit. Like, I don't understand why it's so difficult for them to fix the app. I don't know why it's so difficult. It's really not that complicated. Like, I don't know why I have to be on a random fourth account. I don't know why I have to go around all these fucking issues, account ban warning, just to literally fucking post and do normal debates. It's so fucking crazy. It's so useless, dude. It's really unfortunate. I don't know what to do, chat. What am I gonna sit here for the next 2 hours and like not go live because of this shit? Valerian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I never did. Maybe something else. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. We'll see. Let me try to sign in on this account on my phone. How do I, dude, how do I do this? There we go. Here we go. Okay, do they allow me to sign in with a QR code? No, they don't, dude. What the fuck, man? No, I don't want to do that. Oh, whatever. Give me a second. I'm trying to get this account, everyone. Crossing the fingers. I know. Alright, I just gotta use the... whatever. This is so annoying. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section, everyone. You can ask me in the comment section. Did you ever get the fruit muffin basket from Majority Vote? Was that an actually real thing? I'm so confused. I'm trying to sign in, everyone. Give me a second. Hopefully it will work. Great, dude. I don't know the password to any of these accounts. Oh my god, I have so many fucking accounts that I even get lost with all the accounts. Oh my god, dude. It's so frustrating. TikTok is just so ass, dude. I hate the app. It's like, I really don't want to use it anymore. I'm really so done with it. I'm so done. Like, I really don't want to use it anymore. Oh, chat, by the way, I said thank you to Cole earlier. I don't know if that's a new one because I did not no new notification popped up, but that is for the old one. Yeah, so W Cole. But that isn't older notification from earlier, y'all. Parker, I keep sending money, but I don't know if it's going through. If you don't know if it's going through, I would make sure to check. I do see it. I see the 1 cent. Yes, I do see that, Catalina. Thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. I do see the 50 cents as well. Thank you so much. I just saw that. Thank you. I do see that. I do see that. Justin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yes, you are good. You are good. Yeah, chat. I don't know at this point. I don't know what to do. It's getting really unfortunate and annoying to deal with. I don't even know what fucking account this is. Oh, dude, I'm getting really frustrated right now. How's my birthday? My birthday was fine. My birthday was good. I had a good day. I had fun on my birthday. It's just, it's just been recently. It's like literally everything on TikTok is useless. I can't even do everything like normal. And it's like, I haven't even been in the normal for YouTube. I mean, not for YouTube, for TikTok in a while. The main's still banned. The main's been banned for a while. And it's really starting to get to my mental health. I'm not going to lie. Like, typically I can go through these types of things, but it's just like, it's literally like I haven't had my normal shit for so long. Like, seriously, for so long. And it's just like so frustrating at this point. Chat, the thing is, I just have to sign in. I can sign in. I have to find the sign in and login stuff to my account. And like, I'm doing that while I'm streaming. So it's really difficult to do that at the same time because I have to think about talking to the chat while also trying to look this up. And I'm really bad at doing that at the same time. And I seriously don't know which one it is. I think it's this one. It just doesn't tell me. And it's really frustrating. Yeah, chat, I see the comments. I see the comments. I understand Matt told me that. He can text me that as well, everyone. I don't need people to spam that in the comment section. I was like, Matt can tell me. Matt can tell me. Thank you, everyone, though. I really appreciate y'all looking out for me. Oh, you're good, Matt. You're good. I gotta find out how to go through the normal email. Oh, and Matt, by the way, I'm plugged into my computer, so it's not gonna cut out. Yeah, it is at a point where it's like TikTok's genuinely suppressing me, but it's just like me acknowledging that and saying that like doesn't help me in any meaningful way. Because like I've been saying this and screaming it from the fucking rooftops for so long, chat, for so long, and it's like nothing happens. Nothing I do works. Literally, I've tried to get people in Discord to do things. I've tried to get people on TikTok to do things. I've made videos constantly for fucking years to fix these problems, and nothing happens. And it's just like I'm so over it. I've been dealing seriously like. Chat, this isn't like I've been dealing with this for like a week. I've seriously been dealing with this for like 4 fucking years. 4 fucking years, the same problem. And they've done nothing to fix it. And it's really frustrating because I've had so many fucking accounts I've gone through. The first 2 accounts I made on TikTok, they've been permanently banned, never got those back. And I gained hundreds of thousands of followers. It took me time to rebuild those, right? I've dealt with issues on my streams where they limit it in terms of following push every single fucking day. And then I deal with like countless trolls and people who are super fucking annoying. So I can't even get debates like I normally do. And it's just like TikTok doesn't give a shit. I've sent countless fucking emails. I've done so much shit and nothing fucking happens. And it's just so frustrating at this point that I just want to fucking quit. And it's like, I put years of work into this. Seriously, I put so much fucking work into it. And it's like they do fucking nothing. And it's like, what am I supposed to do at this point? It's like, no matter what I do, no matter what I fucking get angry about or not anything I do, it's like nothing happens. And that's what's annoying me. And that's what's frustrating to me. It's like, I don't even know what to do at this point. None of my fucking emails are saved on this account. I'm going to go insane. I'm going to go fucking insane. It's about to make me want to just get off for the day, dude. Like, it's getting really frustrating. It's like I can't even get onto the other app, dude. It's like, oh my god, I fucking a million accounts, dude. Someone seriously put in the chat is don't build a following and use that as an excuse to stay. What are you talking about, bro? Chat, I don't want to take another break though. Like I seriously, like another break isn't what's gonna help. I'm gonna come back in 4 days and the same fucking issue is gonna exist. A break doesn't do anything for me. I don't need a break. It has nothing to do with needing a break at all. I promise. It has everything to do with TikTok having a problem that they need to fix. You know. Leo, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. It does, and it does impact that. But like, I mean, I've always put that on the back burner because like that's not what the most like pressing concern is. To me, the most pressing concern is I can't even do my own fucking job. I can't even debate people if I don't have a fucking account to debate people on. I seriously like I can't even do my job without these things being present and these things working properly. And it's like TikTok doesn't give a shit. Sid, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You have every right to be frustrated. This is your livelihood and passion. We all appreciate you so much and are supporting you. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate that. Seriously, it means a lot. It really does mean a lot that y'all are here. I don't mean to like rant or yap to y'all, but it's just like there's nothing I can do at this point, and it's just like getting frustrating. Sierra, thank you so much for the 12 pounds as well. Thank you. But W's for Sid in the comments section. Thank you so much, Sid. And then like my accounts don't work, dude. It's getting really frustrating. What's up? You just don't make sure not to go in front of the camera. So we can turn on the AC. It's just really, really hot. Okay. Okay, for sure. Because do you feel how hot it is up here? It's actually like unbelievable. And then I've been getting banned. I just got banned, and then it's like stuck on the account where like I can't even appeal the ban. It just like is a glitch where I click appeal and then it goes back to the same page, and it doesn't let me appeal it. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. And then I can't even sign into this account on this thing, because I don't have any of these fucking things that work. So I have to use my phone, and I can't sign in on that account because it's like I gotta find all the login info, and I'm not signed into that already on my stuff, so it's just a little annoying to get logged in. I love you. I gotta keep. What's up?
Nothing.
Oh, you're trying to make sure you're not close enough? Yeah, okay, you're good.
Just wanted to say hi.
I love you. I'll probably be on for like 2.5 more hours, maybe. Wow, what's up?
Okay.
You're funny. All right, I love you. Or an hour and a half, sorry, actually.
Okay.
All right, I love you. All right, give me a second, everyone. Add another account. I gotta just do it this way, and it's like I don't even know the fucking password. I gotta figure that out, chat. Oh my god, I hate that I have to do this on live, and it's really annoying. Is there like Matt? Can you join up real quick in the Discord or something? Because I just like I'm sitting here and I'm like quiet, and I just like I can't be quiet, and it's really I need someone to speak while I try this. Wormy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He said I'm coming. I'm like, is that? I don't even think that's the fucking email associated with it. It says that there's some email associated with it, and it didn't sign in when I tried it. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, it's literally unusable. Eve, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Is there a reason you can't stream on Twitch for video and then on Discord for audio? See, I can stream on Twitch. I haven't set it up quite. But there's nothing I get from streaming on Twitch. It's kind of useless, to be honest. Catalina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for Parker. I feel so bad. TikTok honestly sucks right now. But I hope you No, you're changing lives and doing it is not appreciated. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Neon, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for Parker, my man. I'm here to stay, but I have to ask, why to waste your time on people like that? The thing is, we have to engage with people who have those beliefs. Otherwise, a lot of people are going to have those beliefs and they're not going to change. So that's why I do it. But I can only do so as much as I like physically can, you know? Call him on Discord. Okay, there we are. Alrighty. All right. Okay. 1 second, everyone. Matt, are you there? Oh, Matt is not there. Oh, there's literally a million things I need to click. Oh my god, it's getting really annoying. Everything is.
Hey, I hear
That's
you.
good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you.
Okay, good. All right. Hey, what's up?
What's good? What's good? Can you all hear him in the chat, everyone?
Your night is going nice and fun.
It's not. It's been horrible, to be honest.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I know.
I'm really not having a good time. It's really annoying.
But hello, chat. How you doing? Hi, chat. Good to see you.
Jack, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Tim, thank you for the $2. And Gabby, thank you for the £6. I really appreciate that, y'all. Yeah, I did see that. I think the messages are like different or something because everyone thinks that like the donos that happened a while ago that I already said thank you to are like new ones.
Well, they stay up there, for a long time, so people see it and they go, "Oh, okay, Parker needs to respond to it," that kind of thing.
Yeah, I know. Valerian, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Let's see here.
I'm seriously, this is taking me so long, and now that's dude, like everything's frustrating me right now, and I think it's getting to a point where I just like need a second, but I can't do that because I'm on live, and it's like.
Well, you could take a second, and I'll take over. Like I'm literally like I'm watching.
I do need a second, to be honest.
Okay, well, you go do what you need to do, and I'll entertain. Chat, how you all doing? This is Matt coming at you live. We are live, chat. We are live. Parker will be okay. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Everything will be good. It'll be all good. He needs a break. But now I am here to entertain you with my radio voice. So, how is everybody doing today? How are you doing? I see the chat going crazy here. They're going crazy. Crazy. I love it so much. I love seeing it. We all love seeing everybody here on the YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok on my backup, Rockin.Librarian2, head to Parkergetajob YouTube channel where we are streaming live right now. Go there. But how the hell are you, everybody? It is so good to see everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. It has been a hell of a 2 weeks. We have seen roller coaster tariffs. We have seen stock market falls. We have seen near recessions. We are just all over the fucking place, aren't we? All over the fucking place. So, I hope everybody is chill. Everybody's doing okay. We all need some relaxation. We all need some downtime. But we will never stop criticizing. We will never stop the advocating. We will always be here to advocate. Isn't that right? We may be tired. We may need some elevation. We may even need some adult beverages. But we will never give up. We will never surrender. We will never surrender. Never. So, chat. Make sure, I will only say this once because I don't want to, hype myself up or like promo too much. Make sure that you follow my Substack because I have a free Substack that puts out every single day of the week all the news of the day and the news that I personally read. It is free. It is available to everybody. Please do it. And people want me to do ASMR. Okay. Hey everybody, how you doing? How you doing? Okay, we'll do ASMR now. Okay. Now, how's this? You like that? Is that good? How's that? We all want to relax. How many people are in here? Whoa, 2,200 people. 2,200 people are here. And thank you to Sarah Mullins. Sarah Mullins for the $10. Have an adult beverage on me. I sure will. Thank you, Sarah Mullins. Everybody, let's get a nice ASMR W for Sarah Mullins. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. If you're outside in the talk. Oh, and Parker is back. Everybody say, Parker, welcome back.
I don't know. Today's like really annoying me.
I know. I think I sufficiently entertained your chat. So I think the chat was thoroughly entertained. Chat, were you entertained?
Yeah, I don't know.
Was thou entertained?
I don't know if I can just do debates, and I'm not going to do debates anymore. I can't do that tonight. I'm just.
How about
everything is really
this,
frustrating.
Parker?
I'm just going to react to stuff
I know.
tonight.
I know. I agree. How about this? Let's stay on for another 20 minutes until the top of the hour, and let's just chill. Let's relax. We'll just do a nice Q&A. We'll just have fun, and then you can end, and we can all go and chill. How's that sound?
I don't want to end though. I'm probably going to stay until like my 4 hours. But
okay. Well, then that's even better.
$2, but I'll just react to stuff for the rest of the night. I'm not gonna do any more debates. Debates are fucking impossible. It's actually impossible with this terrible fucking app. It's the worst shit on the planet.
I agree.
I
know,
dude. I'm so close to just deleting the account. Like I'm actually. Like,
I had the same. I mean, I had the same issue when I got banned like 2 days ago when Dean was using my account, and like I can't appeal it. Like I've tried and it just won't go through. It's the same thing, by the way, as you. Harassment, bullying, a 3-day ban. So, I know how it feels. Kind of, but I get you.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what to watch. What should we watch, y'all?
Okay.
Captain, it's not about the money I'm making off TikTok. I'm not doing it because I'm making money. I'm doing it because it gets attention, and educates people.
W.
And then my mouse like literally wants to just like die every 2 minutes, dude. It's so. I'm about to throw it through the wall. Oh my god, dude! It's everything just doesn't want to work.
Let's not do that. That would not be okay. Good.
All right, let's find some. Oh my god. Who knows? Maybe I'll just get off because everything just doesn't want to work. Oh my god, dude. It's like
you,
why is the mouse doing that? It's like, of course, dude, I spill shit on it and it's like so annoying.
It is totally up to you, my dude.
Kristen, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kristen.
W, Christian. W.
All right.
So is that legal though?
All right. Let's see if it's just them reacting to it. Okay. I don't want to watch them reacting to it. Let's look at Walter.
Hey, Braden. How you doing? And thank you, Braden, for the 50
Donald
cents.
Trump
and,
said...
of course, happy to raid you. Happy to.
Alrighty.
Said that China pays the tariff.
He's just lying.
Trump will get them to do it because he's a businessman. Oh, defund Planned Parenthood. I'm a comedian. My name's Walter Masterson. Are you guys familiar with the Hyde Amendment? Trump is going to cut off all international funds.
I love that you're chasing them away.
Yeah, fuck. You guys are wearing opinion shirts. You're getting an opinion back.
You cut the funding, it's going to lead to more infections. It's going to lead to more deaths within the next 4 years.
If you look in the dictionary under the definition of reason, it says Matt.
Cassidy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Jennifer, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate that. W's for Jennifer and Cassidy. Thank you so much, y'all.
Big W.
I'm in Washington, D.C. Trump's about to announce his tariffs plan, and I'm going to speak to a Democrat who thinks he knows more about business than Donald Trump. I'm with Congressman Ro Khanna of California.
Yeah, Silicon Valley.
Who pays the tariff?
We do. The American consumers do.
Donald Trump said that China pays the tariff.
Well, he's just lying.
Why would Trump lie?
Why would he tell the truth? He lies more often. He's saying that China is going to pay the tariff.
Yes.
The reality is that the American people are going to pay the tariff.
So Trump's plan is to lower all of our taxes, get rid of the federal government completely, and then all the money we lose from taxes, we get back by billing China.
That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Why wouldn't China just replenish all of our lost tax income?
How are we going to get them to do that?
Trump will get them to do it because he's a businessman.
This is why he's crashing the economy. Maybe you taught him economics. His whole argument is if we put a tariff on Chinese products, right, that the Chinese product is going to cost more, and that's why people should buy American. That's what he's saying. And then he, in the same breath, says, well, no, China is going to pay the tariff. Well, if China paid the tariff, it's not going to cost more. Which one is it, Donald? Is it that it's going to cost more and Americans are going to then pick the American product?
Yeah.
Or is
Out
it...
of the love for their country.
But then that means that Americans are paying the tariff if it costs more.
But then we have
But he
more
says that-
domestic manufacturing.
How are they going to get all of the nuts, the screws, the bolts, the transmissions, the tires, all of the parts that go into a car? Most of those parts are in Mexico, in China. There's certain things we can produce in this country. We can produce more steel. We can produce more aluminum. Can we produce more avocados? Can we produce more tomatoes? Can we produce more steel? What do we want to? His vision is that you try to produce everything in America. You know, I taught economics for 4 years at Stanford, and I studied economics at University of Chicago. Not exactly Bernie Sanders School of Economics. This is like the heartbed of conservative thought. And every economist will tell you what's happening right now is what would be predicted. You put on massive tariffs on allies, consumer confidence down, the business uncertainty up, business investment down, stock market down, predictions of growth down. This is leading to stagflation. Donald Trump, he claims he's a genius and he's got economic policies that are actually destroying the economy. The last time we had a policy-induced recession, that means someone dumb enough to actually do policies that cause a recession, was in 1982, and that was Volcker. But then it was justified because we had high inflation. Since then, we've never had someone actually try to cause a recession through policy.
It's a good policy, though, because then his friends can short the market as it goes down, and then they can consolidate. That's just good business.
I've heard they're like, no, we're actually real geniuses. We want to cause a recession because then the Fed is going to cut interest rates, and then we're going to boom. That's like going to your doctor and saying, can you make me sick so then I can take some antibiotics and I'll be even healthier after I have the medicine?
Well, RFK Jr. is going to ban antibiotics, so let's not worry too much about
Let's not give him any ideas. Maybe the new RFK mantra will be like their economic policy. Go to the doctor, get sick, ask for medicine. The medicine will make you healthier. That's really how their economic thinking is. We want to create a recession so that the Fed will lower interest rates so the economy will boom and be better.
And finally, and lastly, what are your thoughts on season 3 of White Lotus?
I don't watch White Lotus. It's a good one.
Okay, well, we should watch something more serious.
Season 3 of White Lotus.
All right, let's look for something more serious, chat. Dude, give me a second. I want to look for a debate. We'll just look up Trump debate.
I really wish we could watch Jubilee.
I know. It's really annoying that we can't. Yeah, Jubilee's like the perfect thing to watch right now.
I know.
I don't actually want to see Trump debate, dude. I want to see people debate Trump. Trump supporter. Can't we watch Jubilee because it limits us from doing so? Because monetization. But not only just monetization, it would take down my stream. Everything's from like 5 years ago, 9 months ago, a year ago. Oh my god, where's all the new shit? Oh, it's so brutal. People saying Barbie movie is diabolical. We can finish the Sam Cedar versus PBD.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do.
Episode 570, we have a very wrong. You know what others will do? They'll react to it and they'll say stuff to it. Jubilee, you were on Jubilee.
Sam,
to go to college.
To blame it on the money. What in the sand? You're going to use it.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Here's the problem.
Can you tell me why the two states that lost the most people, the only two states in America that lost $1 trillion of money under management, that left their states to another state like Nevada, Texas, and Florida? Can you tell me why those two states, imagine New York and California, during COVID, lost $1 trillion of wealth that left to other states? And even after all those people that left, the two states that became more Republican than they were before in 2020 were New York and Texas. Can you tell me why people come to Texas? Why do people go to Nevada? Why do people go to Florida? Why do you think it is? Is it because maybe they don't have state taxes? Why do you think Arthur Laffer's in Tennessee? Why do you think Musk is in Texas? Why do you think Rogan went to Texas? Why do you think California is losing so many jobs?
I think
you think
there
it's
are
because of high
people
taxes?
who like to evade taxes. Sure,
it's evade taxes. So you see, but guys, let me, Sam, respectfully, I just figured out who you are. I'm telling you, I just figured out who you are. Deep down inside of you, you are driven by so much power, control, a deep-rooted feeling matching the qualities of a communist that wants to tell you what to do, and you think you know what's best for others, and if it isn't your way, everybody else is wrong. And by the way, an extreme.
There's certain things where that's true. It's just like we say that's true with murder. We say that's true with plenty of laws. That's how laws exist, right, and work, is that we're saying that this is how it's going to be best for everyone. Neon, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much.
Unattractive quality,
I'm literally
but
just advocating for higher taxes on super wealthy people.
No, you're not, because what you just said,
2.5 million.
What you just said, let me just make the point here. You just said people who left California and New York, your first response was they're evading, as if they have to pay you. That's not how this works. They're evading taxes. These guys are tax evaders. They left. No, it's called, if a company offers better benefits. Are you on Rumble?
I think we stream on Rumble.
Where do you put your video clips the most? YouTube?
They're by definition evading taxes. Just by definition.
YouTube.
Why YouTube?
Whether or not he wants to consider that a bad thing or not is a different question, but like that's by definition evasion of taxes.
It's just what the technology was when we started.
Why don't you do it on Vimeo?
We do run it through Vimeo.
Why don't you do all your stuff through Vimeo? Why do you do it on YouTube?
That's where most people are.
And that.
Kenzie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Kenzie. I really appreciate it. Sid, thank you for the $5. Thank you. On a here pretty soon. Sid, you can't tell anyone else?
Can't tell anyone else. Not even me.
You already know. Gorilla, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much.
I'll say, because I'm part of like the inner
Die,
club,
thank you so much
like,
for the $5.
I should
Thank
know.
you so much. They said, can you make a comment about the Australian federal election that's coming up? We have a Timu Trump. Hold up, I need to read the whole thing. Oh. Hold up. I got you. Oh, there we go. Die, I got you. They said, can you make a comment about the Australian federal election that's coming up? We have a Timu Trump running for office, Peter Dutton. We need Australia to vote smart and not make the same mistake America did. That's so true. That's so true. Please do not do the same fucking shit we did. Okay?
Also, Canada is having their elections soon too, and also if you're in Canada, vote. Well, ideally vote for the SNP, but if that doesn't work out and you have to, vote for the Liberals because we don't want PP man to win. So go ahead and vote for the Liberals. Just vote for the Liberals, even though I would rather vote for the SNP, but you know, it is what it is.
In Neon, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said at the most extreme, I am a socialist, but truth be told, fascism, socialism, and communism are all forms of capitalism. America's version is mega. So I mean, like what people designate. See, I mean, here's my position on it. There are forms of fascism that have socialism involved, and forms of fascism that have capitalism involved. And then in terms of socialism and communism, I don't think that they are capitalism. I think they're distinct from capitalism. But what people call socialism and communism oftentimes can be a form of capitalism, if that makes sense. Right? Like they'll call state capitalism like communism or socialism, you know? But it's actually capitalism, is like my thoughts. Instead, it should be coming out like in a month. Within the month.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's where they pay the best.
Well, that's I mean, that's
Yeah,
where
of
we
course.
have the most audience. But if we had a bigger
you're
audience
evading.
like
You're
Twitch-
evading the revenue.
Neon, think of the $5.
Going to another company. You're such an evader
Well,
of
we're on all the
sponsorship
platforms.
money going to another company that keeps
Neon
more money
says
of
you're
it.
a
You're
smart
such an
dude.
evader.
Shame
Why are
on
you
you.
evading all this sponsorship money?
okay.
You're such a sponsorship money evader. Sam Cedar's a sponsorship money evader, everybody. Come on, man.
He's evading getting sponsorship money? Okay. Keller, thank you for the membership subscription. But also, evading would mean that like you're in a specific jurisdiction, and then you purposefully go out of that jurisdiction so that you don't pay it. That's like what evasion would be. Like if you just naturally moved, we're not necessarily saying you're evading.
I'm a sponsorship evader.
Yeah.
What is it?
What did you call it? No, you call people
I'm
leaving
a
California
sponsorship-
tax evaders.
There-
See, that's the
I think
part.
there's a lot of people who leave high tax states for low tax states.
Is that evading or is that just common sense?
You
and
want to
think?
call them tax
Okay,
evaders.
I mean, if you want to,
I think there's a lot of
if they're
people that do
going
that.
for
You
tax
think?
reasons, then they're
Sam,
trying to.
There's also a lot of
pay
people
less
that
tax.
Yeah, it's evasion of taxes. They
to-
did it for tax purposes.
Lower cost
What is the
restaurants
word-
versus higher
what
cost
word would you
restaurants.
rather me
There's
use?
people that shop at
Better
H&M
opportunity.
versus shopping at
Better
Gucci.
op-
And they're evading the higher places, higher price places. I'm confused. What do they mean by evading?
opportunity.
It's called saving
tax
money.
situations.
If I have to
How
be
about
under
choose?
if I have to be under someone's watch, like a dictatorship quality like you that thinks you know what's best for others.
You think I'm a
and you-
dictator?
Financial
the,
dictator.
The way you
Financial
are.
dictator. I'll give you
where
that.
Oh, just want to let everyone know as well. Apparently, there's not going to be a TikTok deal now. So, I mean, honestly, how mad am I? Not very. I'm kind of pissed off at TikTok right now. Anyway.
Oh, you mean because of the
Yeah,
tariffs?
I heard there's not going to be a deal. I mean,
Oh,
I
well,
think they're saying that, but like,
it's not going to happen now, definitely, because Trump and China are in like this like back and forth. You know, who has the biggest thing, contest, and they're like each like raising each other's tariffs to be so high. There's no way that Beijing will like sign off on like any deal now. Like it's just not possible. So what will happen is Trump will just either just keep renewing it, the pause, which is unlawful. Like he can't do it. Like he's already violating the law, but like it's just that nobody gives a shit. Like that's the truth. I'm not lying. Like the law says a one-time pause. This is the second time, and so it's just that nobody cares. So I mean, maybe he'll just keep like renewing it. I don't fucking know.
Feel your first answer was a tax evader. That's how you view them. You don't view them as a asset to the state. You see them as criminals. You just called entrepreneurs that live in New York and California as criminals. Is tax evader a criminal? Rob, can you pull up what a tax evader is?
Yeah, okay, so here's a point that's relevant. Like, you could have different definitions. A legal one, you can have a typical one, right? Like in a colloquial sense. There's different contexts of words, different usages. That's totally fair.
And tax evader synonym. Tax evader synonym. What are some tax evader synonyms? Can you go to tax evader synonyms or also tax dodger, tax fraud, tax avoidance?
I think it was what Biden did in staying in was atrocious. He should have gotten out way earlier.
Yeah.
There's a story coming out now of like Ron Klain seeing him before the debate and realizing the guy was a mess. And I think Harris's campaign was also poorly run.
I just want to say to
I think that,
Courtney, sorry. Courtney, to sub on here, there's a join button. So if you look by Parker's name, where it says Parkergetajob, there's a join button. Press that, and you'll be able to subscribe.
Nice.
Nobody could tell what her policies were. Mark Cuban's going out there saying we're going to get rid of. Right, I agree. Mark Cuban's coming out there saying like, "Oh, don't worry, she's not going to do any more of this antitrust stuff." On one hand, I don't want a billionaire coming out and speaking for my candidate.
Did you vote for her? Or did you sit that one out?
No, I voted for her.
You voted for Kamala. Why? Just because
Did
it's
I
not Trump?
vote? Very rational.
No, but hold on. What did you? Hold on. You voted. This is what drives me crazy about your side. You guys
voted for the lesser of two evils.
That is what policy were you going for? What do you think that she was going to do different? What can you possibly? I would rather have you sit that one out, Sam. Go ahead.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
She was not going to cut Social Security functioning. She's not going to cut the USDA. She's not going to cut the FDA. She's not going to lose us $500 billion worth of return on investment with the IRS. She's not going to cut the Bureau of Labor Statistics. She's not going to cut 300
investment
return on investment. Every dollar that you give to the IRS, we get 6 or 7 back. She's not going to cut the museum and library.
Did you just say that?
Google it. Every dollar spent at the IRS gets 6 back in returns. They're anticipating the cuts from Doge. The cuts from Doge are going to cost our government $500 billion.
According to who?
Studies suggest.
All right, I undersold it a little bit.
According to who?
Okay, well, you can spend time attacking the people who do these calculations. Do you need me to tell you more about why?
What I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious to
just
what
rando tariffs applied in a willy-nilly fashion that crash the economy.
So you don't think the tariffs that Trump is, and I get it. That's the tariffs are exactly what America needs right now, because let's just go to the border. What he did.
Oh God. Tariffs are exactly what we just need right now. Let's look at the border.
With the border, with Mexico, with the tariffs. What happened to fentanyl? What happened to all the deaths? What happened to all those illegals that are coming? What do you mean? He threatened them, and they went to war.
Fentanyl comes across the border at ports of entry. Fentanyl comes across the border, not in illegals crossing the desert. It comes in.
Oh, really? Coyotes and really?
Most people are bringing in F drug, right? Sorry, I thought I was on TikTok. Are U.S. citizens. Secondly, it is the case that what this guy's not taking into account is that he's advocating now for restrictions on markets after they were just arguing a libertarian perspective. Neon, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I wish they would argue against each other there.
I actually said F drug in person to an actual person. Like we were talking about it, and I said, "Oh yeah, they're bringing F drug," and I had to check myself. I'm like, I'm not on fucking TikTok. What am I doing?
That's hilarious.
Okay.
It comes in.
Yep. Yeah.
It comes in at ports of entry. Google that.
Sam, I don't need to Google when it's like
Yes, you
You
do.
said you voted for someone. You're coming up with these policies. The worst pick ever, the biggest loss ever. She lost everything because
I want to debate this guy so bad. This guy is such an absolute idiot.
your side. You're talking about
I don't even know
people.
what
Wait,
that
guys, let me ask you a question.
Can someone let me know who this person is? I want to set up a debate with them.
Patrick Bet
You're
David?
acting like
You
you're.
know who Patrick Bet David is?
No, this guy.
Yeah, that guy. Isn't that Patrick Bet David?
Is it? I thought that was the other guy.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. Oh no! I know who that is. Just give me like 5 seconds.
His name's
5
Vinny?
seconds. Yes, Vinny.
Yeah, I want to debate this guy. I want to debate all of them.
He's on Piers Morgan all the fucking time.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen
all
him
the
before.
fucking time.
Yeah, I would love to. I
let me
would
find
love
him.
to debate this guy. Like, can I debate him on YouTube,
Vinny, where are you?
please?
Vinny. I know you're here, Vinny.
So,
I know you're
please,
here. Found
please
him.
help me debate this guy, Chad. I want to debate him so bad. Imagine a debate, please.
I found Vinny. I found him. Vinny O'Shana. Vinny O'Shana.
Dude, I feel like I would really piss him off. I would totally piss him off. Just
Yeah.
having a normal
Vinny
conversation
O'Shana.
with him, I would just piss him off. I know it for sure.
Oh, call him Vincent. Hello, Vincent.
Yeah, I would love to debate him. Like, seriously, dude.
Whole side was surprised that Biden wasn't there. Everybody knew, including you,
yeah.
he
Okay.
wasn't there at all. But you guys are like, he's just not Trump. The worst president in the history of the world are in this country 4 years because you guys were pretending that
He thinks Joe Biden is worse than, like, Andrew Jackson? That's, like, a crazy
Bro, that's a wild take.
take. That is a horrible take.
he was all there and we knew it. And who was making all the
heard
decisions?
that take
Who was
in a
making all the
while.
decisions? Who was signing all the shit? Who was signing off? How many times did you have to see Biden sitting there and they'd ask him a question and he'd go, "Oh, I can't because they told me I couldn't." He wasn't in charge.
Who?
Yeah, who was there?
He did not say that once. Two, as it relates to this, Donald Trump didn't even know who he pardoned. So it's like, are there people doing it for Trump?
Day. Come on, Sam. It's like the most devastating loss. The world, the country is over it. You guys aren't pivoting, okay? And if you think the future is Gavin Newsom, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Jasmine Crockett, you guys are doomed. Nothing is going to change. And Elon Musk, you think Elon Musk is a net positive or a net negative for society for what he's doing and pointing out what the hell these people have been screwing us
Sam's going to say net negative.
for all these years, and he's pointing out. You guys are mad at the person pointing out who robbed from you than the actual robber. That's the truth, bro. Yeah, he's a billionaire. You think he's doing it because
What
he needs the
fraud
money?
has he found?
What do you mean? How much fraud
What
has he
fraud?
found?
Yeah, where's
Okay,
the
I'll just-
person
I'll just give
who
you-
is going to be indicted for fraud?
Well, what about the waste?
What?
Because it's not.
Oh my
it,
God, I'd
Sam.
love to
What
debate
waste?
this guy.
They just-
I want to debate him so bad. Oh my God.
He gets angry very easily, by the way.
Oh my God. I wanted to. It's just like his points are incoherent. Let's tweet at him right now.
Tweet out. Do it. Do it.
What's his at? Vinny what?
Hold on. I'll find it. I'm looking right now. Found him. On X, it is at Vincent O'Shana. So VINCENT and then OSHANA.
OSH?
Yeah, OSHANA.
There we are. He's hyped about the stock markets going up.
I know. He's one of those people that's like, this is a fantastic deal. This is the art of the deal.
Where? How do I add them? Here, we'll just create an at. Please debate me. Oh, he follows me?
Oh, W.
Hold up. No way. Another account follows me. It says Valley 10. No, hold up. Wait, it literally said it. And then, wait, hold up. That was a different one. Okay, hold up. Let me. No way he follows me. Ocean. Oh, no. Okay. Vince, here, hold up. Let me make sure. Chat, we might actually be able to hit this up. That's fucking hilarious. No way. Oh, it's a parody account.
Oh.
The parody account follows me. I take it back. It's a parody account. Okay, alright. It didn't. Alright. All right. I said, please debate me on YouTube. I have a TikTok with 1.2 million followers and a YouTube with 125k subs. Anytime. Everyone go like that shit. Oh, it's a reply. Fuck. Here, let me make it not a reply. God damn it. It's because I did the at first. Hold up. I had to click the period. There we go. All right, I sent out the tweet. I really want him to respond to me. Jesus Christ, that would be so fucking funny. Oh my god, chat, we really need this. Be fucking hilarious. We can easily get his attention. There's no way we can't. There's no way we can't. That was the second like. Nice. All right.
Cut the
Sam,
they
what's
cut
our current...
the agency that provides $295 million to museums and libraries. You appreciate libraries, don't you? I know how much reading is
Sam,
important
you're pinpointing
to you and your
the
kids.
one good thing that they probably did.
Wait,
what about the
going.
waste of countries all around the world for
USAID
LGBTQ agendas in Rwanda or something?
The money you're talking
What? Dude, this guy. Oh my god, they're all so stupid.
about
Do you want money
is
going
a
to
fraction of a percentage. And if we wanted to get rid of that money, there is a way of doing it. And that is to have Congress vote and reverse what they authorized in the first place.
Sam.
But to have a billionaire come in and decide, based upon what his personal preferences are, that he's going to cut government in this way, I'm sorry, that's not democracy. It's not even remotely close to
He
it.
doesn't have the power to do anything. He makes a suggestion.
Why do you think
and then the
Americans
administration will
voted for
do
this?
it?
Why do you think Americans voted for
I don't
these
think
policies?
Americans heard the word Doge outside of it being some type of
Gabby, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much.
crypto
Cryptocurrency.
before.
Why do you think? Why do you think
true.
Americans voted for Trump?
Well, I think because they want change.
In what?
What were they not happy with?
I think inflation was a big part of it for them.
What else you think?
I think for a 90% of his voters voted for Mitt Romney. I think there is the Republican Party wants to have tax cuts.
How do we get inflation? How does inflation?
Can we
happen?
stay in 2024?
Hang on
You
one
said
second,
inflation.
Tom.
What
Tom,
else?
give me 1 second. How does inflation happen?
Inflation can happen in a couple of different ways. Inflation can happen because you have too much monetary supply.
Yeah.
Inflation can happen in terms of both from a monetary supply level or a fiscal stimulus.
Right.
And inflation can also happen if you have a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that completely screws up all of your logistics. And so you've got, shipping containers that usually cost $4,000 to ship, but now they cost $22,000 to get because they're in far-flung places because the pandemic.
That was in
screwed up.
2021. That was in 2021.
Well, it reverberates through the thing. We
Right.
saw inflation dropping through 2024.
Sure.
We saw, we saw rate cuts on the table because we saw inflation
do you think
dropping.
any of it was with, again, so those are the main two issues. You don't think anything else. So you mainly think it was inflation, and your second point was?
Well, I think in large part, we have structural problems in this country. And that's why we keep getting change elections where we keep going back and forth. And I would say those structural problems range from, I think a lot of them have to do with wealth inequality.
Okay. So you think Democrats are better at helping wealth inequality or Republicans?
I think Democrats are marginally better.
Tell me, due to what policy?
Well, taxation helps. That's a big part. Strengthening labor. I think, during Biden,
Through
I have a lot of problems with Biden, but
where 6% of the workers work from home. Yeah. So how about
labor? I mean, strengthening labor strength in the marketplace helps with wealth inequality. I think antitrust goes a long way to wealth inequality because it literally is to break up the concentration
Here's the
of
other
wealth.
question for you. So Trump's closed up the border, right? Where we are not getting, like this, numbers have dropped dramatically.
Well, I mean, if you go back and look in the, and I don't necessarily agree with Biden doing this, but if you go back and look at the numbers starting in the summer of 2024, maybe a little bit before.
Stop it.
I'm sorry. Go look, just put it up there.
When he started at the end.
But listen, I'm not in favor of him doing this, but he did do it. Wait, put up the graph of.
So you mean in an election year? An election year, he tried to slow down the border.
Let me just get through this, and then guys, here's what I'd like to do.
I'm not in favor of it, but he did it.
I'd like to get through some stories, but I just want to close the knot here and move on because we're not going to make any progress.
See if you can get a
here
graph of that.
Rob, if you just want to show up graph on immigration from 2021, 22, 22, is that the chart you want to see? What do you want to see?
Let's see the one over the past. You said he's dropped it dramatically in January, and I'm suggesting to you if you look at the past 12 months.
No, it's okay. Rob, do me a favor, find the chart on immediately when Trump comes in, what happens to illegal immigration in America. While you're doing that, here's a question for you. 10 million illegal immigrants came through the border in 4 years under Biden.
Way more.
Just like he portrays himself as this libertarian and then simultaneously wants so much restriction on the border. I'd ask them a few questions. I'd say, are you okay with the population of this country increasing by 1% to 2% every year? And then that when they inevitably say, yeah, that sounds like an okay amount, be like, 10 million is a lesser amount than that.
Yep.
What's the number of undocumented immigrants you think we have in this?
So even if it was 10 million, they'd still be okay with it. Secondly, right, like he's libertarian. He wants there to be a free flow of labor between areas, right?
Country right now.
What I'm asking is those 4 years. How many do we have during those 4 years?
That came
through that we have, according to credible sources. What's the number you hear?
that are in the country now, or
that
actually
came
just
through
crossed?
illegally during those 4 years.
Oh, I would imagine it's probably close to like 5, 6, maybe to 10 million.
Let's say 10 million people.
Tom
Give
Homan
or-
said 10 million.
Let's say it's 10 million. Let's say it's 10 million, but give or take 2 million. Let's just say it's 10 million, the number. Okay. Those 10 million people that are coming here, are they rich?
No. The vast majority of them, I would say,
Are
no.
poor, right? Okay, that they're coming here. Who does that benefit? They're going to need jobs, right? And what are they willing to work for?
Oh, I think they're going to get exploited without a doubt if that's where you're going with this.
So let me get this.
So what he's not understanding is that like one thing here that we're not going to address from Patrick David's point of view is that like again, right, them working at a higher rate than natural born U.S. citizens helps pay for social services to a greater extent than what they currently does. He thinks things like Social Security and Medicare are close to insolvency. Well, if that's true, well then like why wouldn't we want immigration to be able to help with that?
Straight. So who do they benefit? Do they benefit larger corporations that get cheap labor?
They benefit, yeah.
So let me get
meat
this straight.
processing plants.
Oh my
and
God!
whatnot. Oh, that's why I want
Sam.
them to have documents.
Sam.
Right? Let them come to the border. Give them documents so that they can get worker protections.
So then, if that's the case, you know what that validates? Joe Biden and the Democratic policies are better for the billionaires than Trump's are, because they brought in cheap labor, and that cheap labor helps who? Helps the rich. When
I am in favor of.
They can only be, if they're legal citizens, as cheap as the market allows for them to, based upon minimum wage laws. So if that's true, then increase the minimum wage. Oh, he doesn't want to do that? Oh. So are you saying a low minimum wage also does that? Oh.
A path to citizenship.
Oh, he wants the minimum wage to be even lower? Oh, okay. They're such snakes, dude. They're portraying the argument in this way, but if they had me up there, I could fucking dismantle it so easily.
That is much easier.
And by the way,
yes.
those 10 million people that came here illegally, give or take.
And that was in that bill that they suggested in the fall of 2023 that Trump said he didn't want because he wanted to keep it as an issue.
Who do those 10 million people take jobs away from?
They don't take jobs. They add jobs to the economy because they also demand goods and services.
Who do they take jobs away from?
Does he think legal immigration is beneficial to the economy? He'd probably say yes, legal immigration is beneficial to the economy. But he's saying illegal immigration is not beneficial to the economy. Okay, so then make it legal.
By the way, there's a data point here. 500,000 manufacturing jobs right now are unfilled. Okay, that's not even including like undocumented migrants. That is just nobody wants those jobs. So 500,000 manufacturing jobs. Where are these undocumented migrants just taking these jobs? Because now we have 500,000 jobs that are just unfilled, and apparently these undocumented migrants are just like taking these jobs up when actually no, it's just that American citizens don't want to work these jobs anymore. Like it's very simple. Like the jobs that undocumented migrants do, American citizens
you want to know why?
Have said no to.
Because manufacturing sector wages are lower than service sector wages.
Yes,
so people
exactly.
prefer to do service sector jobs because
Did
they
you
pay
know?
more and because the work themselves is more preferable to them. So then why do Republicans in MAGA want to force people to work jobs that historically speaking have not wanted to work in this country?
Or I would argue actually, and this is one of my arguments, is that people that want young men and women to go into these type of jobs actually want them to actually be on the government dole. And remember, is this: when you walk into a manufacturing job or into Walmart, what do they hand you? They hand you the application and they hand you how to file for Medicaid because they know that they're not going to provide you enough wages and healthcare benefits to be able to cover you. And so they're making sure that you have that solution straight from the government. And so when you promote these jobs that have such weak ass benefits and pay, who picks up the tab? The government. That's exactly what happens. So if you want to like actually get people off of the government, off of Medicaid, off of unemployment and stuff, you need to have jobs that pay well and have actual good benefits that are mandated by the government.
I don't know that they take jobs
Oh,
away
really?
from that
Oh,
many.
really?
No.
Oh,
we,
really?
We are at, in 20 years ago, we were told that the lowest unemployment that it was possible to have with a functioning economy was what? Do you remember? It was
2%?
something like 6 to 8%. And
Yeah.
now
It's not true.
unemployment is at 4%. And so
And it was lower than that before.
I continue.
You're not answering the question, though. Who do those people take jobs away from?
I have answered it. I think largely they don't take jobs away from
they
people.
don't.
Of course
they do, Sam.
Hang on. Perfect. I love what you just said. You think they don't take jobs away from anybody. Perfect. So if we go and we look at when China started trading, let me make the point. When China came through and was able to bring labor to us, 1971, it was called the ping pong agreement that they had where, we can send labor there, and labor at the time was 8 cents to 20 cents an hour, where for us minimum wage was $1.60. Then in 2001, when the Clinton policies helped China join the World Trade Organization, and at the time, minimum wage in China was 20 cents to 50 cents, depending on different regions, and for us was $5.15. We lost 6 million manufacturing jobs, give or take the next 7 years. Michigan, you got Indiana, you got all these other places. Where did those jobs go to? Who did they replace? Who lost those jobs? What happened
All that
to Detroit?
manufacturing went to China.
That's right. So what do you think these 10 million people that come here, who are they going to take jobs away from? Americans who are here legally. Those jobs are going to go to somebody that's cheap labor.
That was the movement of capital. Capital decided that it was cheaper for them to move to
I'm specifically talking about last 4 years. So when you're saying labor is not going to be taken from people in America, that's the credibility you lose. That's where people in 2000...
Not by undocumented immigrants. If they can just ship the labor over to countries around the world, then why would they be undocumented immigrants that are taking the jobs? Couldn't they just take the jobs while staying in the countries that they already live in?
Rob, can you play the clip with Stephen A. Smith, who has been a staunch supporter of the Democratic Party for decades, and now Stephen A. Smith is being called as a member...
And Jamie Gems, yes, I have. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Now we're watching Arcane.
of MAGA. Rob, we can't play the
Yeah,
whole
by the
thing.
way,
Can you go to the main
I
part?
think
Do you
he
know the main
said
part?
Ping ponga. I like with an A. That's not what they're called. It was ping pong initiatives based on the a table tennis sport. So he needs to correct himself on that.
By the way,
Just
everyone,
saying.
we probably have like 30 or so plus minutes left on the live, everyone. If you have any questions, make sure to ask me in the comment section. We're done with debates and everything for today, everyone. Tomorrow I probably should be back to like normal debates and whatnot. But today I was going to get off a little bit earlier.
Or no?
I do. Right after he reads this is when he responds.
Okay, let's see what he says, Rob. Go for it.
This Owens, Sean Hannity, and other prominent voices from the right on this podcast.
Valerian, you're getting a
has
notification from Elon Musk because you're on X and he owns X. That's why.
reasons for his premise.
It's a fucking
Here's a
useless app.
portion of what he wrote on MSNBC.com in an article titled ESPN Stephen A. Smith is a megaphone for MAGA propaganda. Jones says, quote, Stephen A. Smith's embrace of the MAGA movement and its influencers has only continued. In recent days, for example, he has spoken with right-wing commentators Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, and Bill O'Reilly. You might be thinking that these were adversarial chats between a left-leaning centrist and a conservative. But to adroit listeners, they can come across more as conservatives in friendly discussion than anything else. Smith's overt politicism seems to fly in the face of ESPN's apparent effort in recent years to deter some of its talent from speaking on controversial political matters. Either way, the network's most recognizable host is now regularly platforming MAGA propaganda at will, end quote. Now, my team reached out to Jones to have a discussion about the article. I wanted to invite him on the show to talk with me one-on-one personally. I hope we get the opportunity to have that dialogue. He was busy. He didn't avoid the call or anything like that. There was no comment or anything like that. He didn't say anything. He was just very, very busy. What we called it the last minute. No shade on him. That's why it didn't happen. But in the meantime, let me express to you what I think about what he wrote. I think that's the exact problem with the left. You see, if I don't agree with you, I must be MAGA. It must be the case. I'm platforming MAGA propaganda. Is that so? I don't view it that way. First of all, even though I lean left, particularly with how I vote with presidential elections, I want to emphasize that I've always been a centrist my entire life. I've never once described myself as a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a centrist. I'm a moderate. I don't trust either side. I'm not on one side or the other, hook, line, or sinker. You will see images or you'll hear me rattle off names of people who've been on this show. Yes, you see Ben Shapiro there. Yes, you see Bill O'Reilly there. Yes, I was recently on Megyn Kelly's show. Did you know I'm on News Nation with Chris Cuomo every week? Did you know that I just appeared with Jake Tapper on CNN? Do you know I've been on MSNBC on several occasions?
You?
Do you know?
You can pause.
Yes,
here.
Sean.
So, do you know what happens when a guy like Stephen A. Smith? He said he's always voted left when it comes onto
By the way, can I say
presidential.
something real quick? So I want to mention something because this has happened a lot. Okay, and I'm going to critique the left a little bit, but not really. But this is really to like centrist people. What the left, we don't have a problem with you talking to MAGA. No one here has a problem with you talking to MAGA. I don't give a shit who you talk to, right? What I care about is that when they say blatantly false stuff, when they say blatantly bad stuff, when they talk negatively about minorities and underrepresented groups, right? We are looking for you to show some resolve and push back on it. That's what we're looking for. And you don't have to be pushing the left either, but even a centrist. I'm not a fan of like centrists because I think they're like devoid of some kind of basic convictions because they always like waffle back and forth. You have to have some conviction somewhere. And if you're not going to stand up and say to people, I agree with you on this, but on this issue, I disagree with you and I'm going to push back on you, then all you're doing is, yes, you are just platforming them. And at that point, at what point do we just say that you're just part of that group? So you can claim to be centrist, right? But when you disagree, you need to push back and critique and actually show some resolve and don't just be playing both sides and everything because that's what people hate. They don't like both sides. They want you to fight and actually go back. You can say that the left is bad on like certain issues about like free speech and stuff, but we are okay with you talking to anybody who you want to as long as you push back on their crazy fucking nonsense. That's what we care about.
Exactly. Like they do want like to like play both sides. That's the way they call themselves like centrists. Like when it comes to like MAGA extremism, there's no center to like, be made, right? Like it's really just non-existent.
Yeah,
Candidate said yes. So he's not the guy that
Smith
voted
can
for
talk
Trump.
whoever the hell he wants. Like it doesn't bother me. But show some backbone, and if they say something that you dislike or that you disagree with, don't just like a roll over. Like push back on them and actually show that you have some conviction, because that's why people don't really like centers. It's because they always go back and forth and they always play both sides and always looking at both sides of the argument. No, sometimes that person is just dead wrong, and you need to just say that.
Mm-hmm.
When a guy like him comes out and he says, "What the hell is going on with the Democratic Party?"
Is that what he's saying there?
Oh,
Or
he
is he
said
saying
it
that
many.
with Jahan,
You must not
whoever that
follow
guy
what he
is?
says, because he has said that nonstop the last 2 months, 3
No,
months.
I don't follow what he
You
says.
should. He's actually very good. He's reasonable. It would be good for you to watch. I like his approach. I think he's a.
Do you guys identify as MAGA?
No.
Do
No.
any of you guys identify as MAGA?
Here's my question. What, can I ask a question?
Because he seems to think it's an insult.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Make America great again. It shouldn't be if you want to make America great again, I'm all in. Call me MAGA all freaking day. Call it. Yeah.
This is why I want to debate this idiot, dude. Where did he respond to me at, chat? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. We want to debate. Come on.
I'm MAGA.
I'm MAGA. I just want to make America great.
He seems to take it as an insult.
No,
That's
I
what
am
it struck
America
me.
first. I'm America first. I voted for Trump in 2016. I voted for him 2020. In 2022, when people were leaving to the DeSantis camp, I stayed on the Trump camp.
Yep.
I've never been off that camp. He's the right guy for America, and I've been a registered independent now for about 17 years.
What do you think about these tariffs?
No, stay on this topic here with Stephen.
What-
We'll go
what's
to
the
tariffs.
topic?
That's MAGA.
There's some guy
no.
from I've never heard of from
Stephen A. Smith. I've never heard of Stephen A. Smith.
No, the guy who wrote the
thank God.
something
If you
about
didn't hear
him.
Yeah,
Stephen
but
A.
what do you
Smith,
think
I
about
would have a
Stephen A?
meltdown
You know
right
what
now.
he's been talking about lately with the Democratic Party
He's a
having issues.
centrist. I don't have to subscribe to what a centrist perspective. I mean, he's a centrist, like Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is saying the exact same thing as Stephen A. Smith.
How? Because he realizes progressive policies have been a disaster.
Okay, I
Maybe
mean,
it's
so
because-
He's a centrist as of a week ago when he realized progressiveness is horrible.
Maybe it's
Come on,
because
Sam.
maybe it's like
I
a-
just you don't understand. You guys
Welcome
don't seem to
to
understand.
Bizarro World.
I have a set of politics. I don't care what Stephen A. Smith does. I don't care what Gavin Newsom does.
Yeah.
I don't care.
So you're rigid. You're not changing anything.
It's not a question of I'm rigid and I'm not changing anything. Like there are specifics. Like over time, I have had a different perspective on the deficit over the past 20 years and understood it in
But
a
you
different
become
way.
more liberal over the last 20 years. You become more of a leftist and progressive.
You
the
got to
last
be more
20
I
malleable.
would say
You got to be
that
more
to a certain
malleable,
extent.
buddy.
I mean, to the extent, like I don't, you guys have these like labels that you like to use, and there's some
Like
type of
tax avoider,
gradation.
yeah.
But
Labels.
I've
We
always
like
been
labels like
I've
tax
always been
avoiders.
about where I am in terms of taxation. But I am for a little bit more decommodification probably than I was 20 years
so
ago.
and all I'm saying here before we go, look, I'm going to go to the audience. Audience, we're coming to you here in a second to go through some of the stories here.
Why wait? We're going to talk about tariffs?
We're going to.
If they take MAGA as an insult, I think that's hilarious because it is like, wow, you think it's insulting to be associated with your particular position.
Talk about whatever stories we go through. But the one thing we did learn here with you is America grew up the last 4 years.
Adam, sorry about that.
America grew up the last 4 years. Many Democrats grew up. Every state became more Republican because of the horrible policies on the left, whether it was how they handled COVID, what they did with our kids, how they handled people that didn't want to take the vaccine, and people were fed up. And they voted for a guy who had already been president for 4 years. So it's not like they said they want something new. They said, no, we want to go back to the guy previous to that guy. That is the biggest black eye to Obama, to Kamala, to Democrats, to everybody on the left when they went back to the guy that they said they didn't want 4 years later, saying, it's like an ex coming back and saying, babe, I messed up. I should have never gone with the other guy. You were my guy. Or guy, babe, I screwed up. I should have never left you for the other girl. I'm such a dummy. Please, Trump, come back. That's what America did. And a guy like you, who's
I'm
sitting
not a
here
big
seeing,
fan of Obama's, and I'm not a big fan of Harris's either.
But the point is, you still haven't graduated Sanders. That's like 7th grade. The people that follow Sanders and AOC are in 7th grade, 8th grade. Their heroes are in.
What is this guy saying? What is coming out of this guy's fucking mouth, bro? It's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard, bro. What do you fucking mean they're in 7th grade? 7th graders don't even know who fucking AOC and Bernie are, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. Engage with the position. Actually engage with the arguments. I will debate him that Bernie is a better candidate than anyone he can fucking give up.
High school. Your philosophies are popular in high schools, not with adults. The policies that you support are
They were
high
not
school
popular
policies.
when I was in high school.
Oh, are you kidding me? Karl Marx was a hero in kids that went to high school because teachers
What?
were feeding the Karl Marx stuff.
What the hell is this guy saying? No, they're not. Okay, especially as someone who literally took economics courses, who was taught capitalism, literally taught capitalism. No, my education in college especially was not, right, Marxism, okay? There's a lot of Marxist literature within, like, sociology courses. Like, I would agree with that, but most people aren't just taking sociology. And, like, the sociology courses did not go that far deep into any Marxist thought. right? It's very like small. It's like one small aspect of it. Okay, like it's ridiculous, bro.
Well, I went to high school.
I saw more anti-Marxist stuff than I saw pro-Marxist shit.
Ronald Reagan was president.
I'm going to get off.
I can
Parker,
assure you
'cause
that
it's getting late, and I think I gotta go to bed. So thanks for having me on, and thank you, chat. Oh, of course, and thank you, chat. Have a great night, and I will talk to you all later.
See ya. Alrighty, everyone. We're gonna keep watching. Let me put this on the screen. Actually, it's just us now. How do y'all feel? It's just us. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section right now.
And the wall still existed, and there was fear of communism, and that socialism was barely ever expressed.
You're a step away from communism. Like socialism is a step away from communism. That's kind of where you are. You're right there saying, guys, I don't want to fully publicly say I'm a communist. I'll stay in this room.
I'm not.
Because
I'm
it's
not,
like
I'm not
MAGA.
even. I don't even
wanna say-
identify as a
go-
socialist either.
You're a progressive, though.
I would say I'm a progressive.
So what's
90% is
right
socialist.
of progressive? What's left of progressive? I know you're not big on labels, but just humor me. What's right
I mean,
and
I
left
think,
of
you know,
being a
I'm
progressive?
probably a social democrat. So I would say there is a certain
Based.
amount of society where I believe we do not need the private market to deliver it and is less efficient. So when it comes to health insurance, we have already in this country 1/3, maybe a little more actually, on some form of government health insurance. The VA is actually government health care. The doctors work for the government. And that is actually gets very, very high
And
marks.
all I hear is good things about the VA.
The VA
everybody
gets
loves the
high
VA.
marks?
No,
the healthcare does, yeah.
Vinny, you go to the
time
VA.
out.
Who?
That's 100% false.
From
I
the
get
dead guys.
the worst service from the VA. And I'm a veteran and he's a veteran. He doesn't go to the VA. I go to the VA. I called yesterday just to make an example in our.
So you know what? Let's defund it. Let's fucking defund it. We get bad service. Let's make it worse. Let's fuck it up even more.
Work area. I called. Nobody's picking up the phone for me to get an appointment. Zero. And when you go there, it's the most depressing thing.
But the
So
good news
trust me.
is when you go to like get your to the DMV, the driver's license, that's great service,
Oh, that's
right?
that's the best. Yeah, that's the best.
Well,
No,
this
the
is actually comical. They voted for the side to cut the VA that they're arguing is not good enough. Then don't you need to fund it more? Don't you need it? It's not good enough because they lack funding?
Sam, the VA is
the
not good.
states run the DMVs,
really
but
liking
my
today's
experience at
podcast.
the DMV is not that bad.
You wanna
But
go to
Respectfully,
what's
there's
that?
one
I'm
thing
gonna go
you
to
said.
tariffs.
There's one thing you
What's
said.
that?
You
I'm gonna
said
go
the
to
private
tariffs.
market is less efficient. We can look at 250 years of government and everything we've got here. I just can't get
What's the
past that. And if
administrative
that's
cost for
And
Medicare?
if that's your, if
What's the
that's your
administrative cost for
feeling-
Medicare?
Hang on. If that's your one of your foundational beliefs that the private markets will be less efficient, then it's no.
I would say police. Do they want private police? Firefighters. Do they want private firefighters? They don't want public ones? Come on.
Wonder where you are. I'm not going to pick on it. If
Right.
that's your foundational
What is
belief,
the administrative
then
cost
Military, they want private militaries now.
for Medicare?
Tell us.
2 to 3 cents of every dollar in Medicare is spent on administrative costs. In the private health
administrative
insurance,
defined as what? You got to be careful. I got to be careful when I hear things like that because guess what? You go back and you look at, well, I was only counting this.
The rest
I'm
of
not counting this. It's like the same way.
you have a dollar.
Same way your side would count
98
unemployment
to
and come out
90
later and readjust all the stats.
97 to 98 cents actually goes to paying Medicare providers, doctors,
We're going to move on. We're going to move on because your
private
core
health
tenet,
answer the
insurance-
question.
your core tenet that the private
in
markets
private health
are
insurance,
less efficient
it is
wrong.
17
And if that's your
cents on every
foundation,
dollar.
we can't discuss
because
anything.
they're paying for advertising, they're paying for shareholder value, et cetera, et cetera. So
Sam not stopping is such a vibe. Jamie James, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
every dollar you spend, and on top of which, anybody who has private health insurance who deals with it themselves knows it's like having a second job just to either get reimbursed or you get to figure out every year when you re-sign up, is my doctor in or out of the program? It's a mess. It's a disaster.
Medicare
it is the most
so
inefficient
good and
possible.
so wonderful.
People
Why
love
was MedSup and Medicare Advantage invented? It's so good, Medicare.
Because
It's
the
everything
Republicans
for you.
wanted to privatize it, and
Oh,
it is
really? I don't
widely
get drug
understood
benefits.
That
Okay.
Medicare Advantage is the worst part of Medicare, and people get sucked into it, and they find out that they've been hoodwinked. I mean, these are all easily found data points.
Sam, did you fly here?
Yeah.
Did you go through TSA? Did you go through TSA pre-check? Did you go through Clear? What'd you go through?
On the way here, my TSA pre-check was not on the thing, so I just went.
It's messed up. You paid for it though, right?
Yeah, it was $60 for the TSA.
No, I'm saying, but you pay. I think it was like a $500 or $100 for 5 years for a TSA pre-check.
TSA pre-check, I think, is $65 for 5 years.
That's amazing. It's a great deal. Why don't you do Clear?
I don't want to do a private company.
TSA pre-check is basically like a public-private partnership.
No,
where
TSA
you pay a little bit more.
pre-check is TSA pre-check
you
is
pay
the government.
You pay a
I'm
little
not
bit
gonna
more.
Adam,
I'm not going to
you
give
have
my
to know,
biometrics
he
to Clear.
looks at private companies and he frowns upon private companies.
Is that what's going on? Because
that's all it is.
Oh, I didn't fully
He
understand.
said,
Okay.
"I'm not going to give my money to a private company."
And
so just so you know,
meanwhile,
and that's just
you own and run one.
Yeah. So let's go to the next story with
But
terrorists.
can we stay there for a second, please? You don't want to give money to a private company, but you are a private
Well,
company.
I don't
You're
want to
trying to
give
make
my
money.
biometric information to a private company.
You're using a
Or your dollars.
What about just
No, I
private
don't like-
companies
I'm
in general?
happily
What's wrong with his answer there? That he doesn't. Do they want to give their biometric data to a private company?
fine with TSA
Guys,
pre-check.
we already got
With
it.
TSA
I'm moving.
let's
Adam,
move on.
Okay, I'm learning.
I'm moving on.
I'm
No, I
learning.
already learned. I
Okay,
understand.
gotcha,
It's
gotcha.
great. So we know what the argument is.
Progressive.
Trump set to unleash Liberation Day tariffs. President Trump will unveil Liberation Day tariffs on Wednesday at 4 p.m.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday. In a White House's Rose Garden, promising to stop America being ripped off and deliver a new golden age of U.S. industry. Though U.S. White House Press Secretary Karen Lehman said that he was still perfecting it to make sure it's a perfect deal with advisors less than 24 hours before. Trump, who on Monday claimed he'd be very kind, has kept details vague with reports suggesting options from reciprocal tariffs to a 20% blanket rate or preferential treatment for some nations. Rob, if you want to play this, is this yesterday, Rob, or is this...
This is yesterday from the Rose Garden. This is
okay,
the
fantastic.
president.
Go for it.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time.
You're all about to be
April 2nd,
liberated from your money.
2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy.
I also have another clip. This is the president discussing how the tariffs will help eliminate income tax. Possibly.
Go for it.
From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 18...
Not true at all. Real GDP is significantly higher now. Like, not even close.
1880s...
I think since then there's been like literally like 100 times increase in real GDP. Like that's just a total fucking lie.
They established a commission to decide.
Actually, you know what? That's such a stupid fucking claim that I want to fucking show you how stupid that is. How far does real GDP go back here? It goes back until 1950. This is just since 1950. I want to clarify. It's just since 1950. Look. That's a 10 times increase right there. Right there, 10 times increase. In real GDP, that's accounting for inflation. Since just 1950. Let's see if we can find back to there's 1929. Since 1929 there's been an increase in over 20 times. Yeah, that's actually unbelievable that he said that. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Here we go. Yeah, it doesn't tell us. Unfortunate. All right. Just watch the rest of it. That was just such a stupid fucking claim. It's so stupid.
What they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very
It's the
much longer,
happiest
I
you've
will
seen
tell
him in
you.
a long
But they
time.
collected so much money.
Favorite word.
They actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, it's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much.
Tariffs, unironically, make us less wealthy.
Much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable,
Right.
but we're
Go for
getting
it.
smart.
Okay, Tom, your thoughts on this, and I'm gonna come to you.
So markets love continuity, even if continuity is rooted in, trade inequality and things have been going on for decades.
Yep.
And to get through the shift, to get through the food poisoning, we can see markets react to sentiment, and markets don't know what to make of this. How many tariffs are going to stay for a day versus a week versus a month? You don't know. How many tariffs are going to shift? Israel actually backed down and said, okay, we're done. Yesterday, correct? Israel went, hang on, we're good. We're backing off. We're done here. Interesting. Canada moved a couple of them, not the rest of them. Canada's still figuring it out, but they're blinking. Canada is blinking. So now the question is going to be, how long does all this take? And the markets, the markets don't like it. The markets don't like the sentiment of uncertainty. And that's why you have Jim Cramer and other people, we're getting killed out here. You're getting killed because you like the status quo that you had a minute ago, because you knew how to play that game and you knew how those markets worked. And respectfully, they're there to trade and make money in an increasing market. What is easier? It's easier to stay yesterday with what we've got, or there's a greater goal. And the greater goal is American jobs, and the jobs report was better than people thought. Interesting. That's not a headline. Why is that buried? And you've got the uncertainty of the markets. Now, the uncertainty of markets makes everybody look at their 401k and look at the things and be concerned. And yes, there's concern there. But you got to look down the street and see where we're going. And it is not easy to get through the food poisoning, but there is life on the other side. And you can see that's what the president is talking about. And I think we got to trust it. And we got to look at what's going on. We can already see little islands of change going on. So let's find out how everybody else moves on these tariffs.
Sam.
You said tariff was the last word. That was the only time you used the word tariffs. Look, I am in favor of tariffs when it is part of a specific agenda to build a certain industry or a certain industry within a certain region. This is absolute insanity. First off, they're going to use this as potential revenue. Like he says, it's not going to replace the income tax, but what they're going to do is they're going to use it as an excuse to cut taxes on wealthy people. You guys will be very excited about that. But who's going to pay that tax? If it's $600 billion a year, as they're saying, over a 10-year period, it's going to be $6 trillion. That is going to be an average of $5,000 tax on Americans. It is a regressive tax. I like taxation, but I like progressive taxation because $5,000 for somebody making $40,000 is a much bigger problem than $5,000 for me or for you. And so this is a regressive tax on Americans. Now, if it's to work to build up industry, and I don't know how we're going to have a banana industry in this country or how we're going to have a lumber industry to rival Canada's because we just don't have the wood and so on. I mean, people get the idea. You know, there's certain industries you can actually say, this is one we're going to build up. Maybe there will be a low-cost clothing business that revives in this country, but I doubt it. But if tariffs are meant to work to build up industry, that means people aren't paying those taxes. So the tariffs may not raise the money, but what will happen is, and I think you understand this too about pricing, if the price of goods goes up on average, and it looks like in some of these places it's going to go way above 10%. I mean, some of Vietnam, like 39%, China, 75%. They're adding all of these tariffs on. It's insane.
By the way, 104% now.
Then U.S. companies, to the extent that there are ones that are making these same goods, they have between 0 and 75% to raise their prices. And they will because, the price of this, there's a certain elasticity, and they can justify raising their prices 5% if their nearest competitor is, 25% raise in price. I mean, they'll do it. Because, there's some products that people just can't do without. So this is such a disaster. And of course, what it also does is last time we had a major financial crisis in this country in 2008, it took 6 years for the stock market to get back at parity. You're talking about the
125% now. Great.
401ks have been a disaster insofar as people just don't put as much money in them as they should because they don't have the money on a regular basis. But God help those people if there wasn't Social Security, a robust Social Security, because if you've got to retire and you're 65 and you were planning on retiring, you have a small 401k, it is screwed. And it may not come back for years. Maybe it'll come back tomorrow. But
how do you feel about reciprocal tariffs?
Here's the other absolute insanity. Those tariffs that he claimed on that chart are not tariffs. Every economist out there has been saying, where did he get these numbers? And they're starting to figure out that they did some weird. There's countries on there that don't even have people in them. It's bizarre. They took the CIA fact book and just made a list of countries. I mean, it's completely for show.
Which countries?
There's Google it. There's 1 or 2 places where there's no people.
Every single.
Kaylee, think of the $5. Yeah, I know.
One of those countries.
No,
country.
they really.
I definitely want to do more debates, y'all. It's just it's TikTok is just so unusable. I just can't even think to use it right now.
It's the big release. He'll find it, and. These are not actual tariffs that are being applied to us.
Every single one of these countries.
There is China. India. Are we sure there's people there?
China, the EU, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, India, South Korea, Thailand, Switzerland, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Which of those countries aren't there not people living?
Put in the Trump just added a tariff on a country with no people.
All right, but so he added one country that maybe
it's just an indication of how slapdash this is.
No,
dude, but these are not taraffs. These are not
on one random little.
Those reciprocal tariffs. They're not. Those aren't tariffs. He is combined. He is basically what they've tried to figure out is where'd they get these numbers from, and they have taken the trade deficit and divided it by what we send there, and that's the way that they've assumed that that's a tariff. It's basically they're just saying we have these trade deficits, and of course we have trade deficits with certain places because there's some products that we're just never going to make. And there's some places that don't have the buying power that we have. I mean, so this is just bizarre. And even former Trump trade people were just well, maybe it's just an opening salvo for a negotiation. And maybe it is. I mean, I'm just fortunate that I'm not planning on retiring soon and my 401k isn't decimated. But this is going to cause inflation. And these prices are not going to come down. I mean, Trump is trying to tell U.S. automakers, don't raise your prices. And if he wants to impose price controls, he would not be the first Republican president to do this. Nixon was the first president and the only president, as far as I know, to do price controls, at least in the modern era. I'm not necessarily against price controls in certain situations, but this is like such an own goal. It's fascinating.
Of course.
No, Jimmy
you're not
Carter's
against
waging price controls were
That's-
decades before Nixon. Whoops. Checking my notes. No, he was after.
Right.
It wasn't just Nixon.
Well, Nixon
It was
started
Carter.
it, right?
And there was no other president since
Nixon
Nixon
started it.
I was just kind of correcting that.
Okay.
Back to your rant.
I'm for price controls.
You are for price controls.
Well, I think we should have applied some in the wake of COVID. Yes, there was a lot of gouging going on. I think everybody knows that.
Adam.
I think it's.
I mean, there's plenty of data that at least 40% of the inflation was a function of gouging in some form or another.
Well, Sam, number one, respect for you for being here. I don't think, like, genuinely, whether you're a progressive or democratic socialist or skew socialist, you're talking to a bunch of capitalists and an angry patriot. That's cool. Like, we're not going to change.
What they don't realize is that Sam's argument is that you can impose a price control only when there's gouging involved. And if there wasn't gouging involved, then the price control wouldn't be reliable. Unless you're talking about specific markets, probably where like where he'd agree with like the price cap on insulin.
Change your mind.
And if they would disagree with a price cap on insulin, they'd look insane.
We're not going to change our mind. But what we're solving for is the truth. The reality is these reciprocal tariffs, what Pat asked you about. Are you familiar with the golden rule?
Do unto others as you want to do unto them. Is that
Bingo.
it?
Do you abide by the golden rule?
I mean, in my personal relationships, yes.
There you go. So the golden rule is you want to do something to me, I'm going to do it to you. If you treat me fairly, I'll treat you fairly. If you're good with me, I'll be good with you. But
what
if you want
constitutes fair?
Hold on, guy. If you want to actually take advantage of me, then all of a sudden we might have to have a economic war. And that's what's happening. So if you show up that list, I know you want to focus on the one random country that you can't name. Hold on.
Tell us how England is taking advantage of us.
Well, England is part of the UK. We understand that. But if you want to go
how
numbers,
is the UK
Sam,
taking advantage
hold on.
of us?
You know, when people talk, you listen. And then when you talk, I listen. That's how
Okay.
conversations go. You know that.
I'm just
Come on.
asking you to clarify
Okay,
your
I'm
statement.
going to get there. So the way that these tariffs work is if they're doing something to us, we'll do something to them. Rob, show the picture. So I would love to hear what you think. So all these countries have people living in them. All these countries, China, the EU, that's part of, all those countries over there. You get the UK over there, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, India. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of people living in India,
At least
South
5.
Korea, Thailand. All these countries are charging us. So the reality is, if you go through the numbers, not feelings,
there's the whole list.
Sam, I need you to pay attention. I know you're on the
you
phone
are
doing some
charging us.
data.
I got it.
Oh,
Here we
Sam,
go
there's
now.
the whole list.
They're charging us way more
90% of
to
Vietnam.
access their markets than we are charging them.
That's the whole
Sam,
point.
stop
Those
it.
are not tariffs.
Stop it. You're going to have to bring.
Rob, do me a favor. Pull
So
this
we're
chart
charging
up.
on average 2.5%. The EU is charging on average 20%. Japan is 24%. China 34%. Taiwan 32%. Vietnam 46%. These is what the numbers are. Now, if you have different numbers, I'd love to see them. But the reality is, some of these countries are our friends, and some of these countries are our foes. And as Trump says, if you want to listen to what Trump says, in many cases, many of our friends are a lot worse. He cited Australia won't even let us sell U.S. beef. So all these situations are actual numbers. He talks about the golden rule. There's a similarity there. The golden age of America is what he's talking about, because this is a way to bring down our deficits, to reduce taxes. I would love to hear if you had a better idea.
To bring down our
To
deficit.
reduce taxes. Increasing taxes is going to reduce taxes. Oh my God, I'm going to fucking... you can't make this shit up, dude. Reduce it. Oh my God, he thinks we're going to reduce taxes by increasing taxes. Does he know that tariffs are a tax? Oh my God, dude. Does he know that tariffs are a tax? Does he know that? No, he doesn't know that. So we're going to decrease taxes by increasing taxes. I'm going to go crazy, bro. I can't, man. It's just like, dude. These people have like large platforms, chat. These people have large platforms. I can't even believe it, dude. Oh my god, dude. I can't even. I can't even. Okay, everyone. You know what? We're going to be done with the video for now. For the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we're going to answer questions. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, I'm going to get off for tonight, everyone. Otherwise, I'm going to get off for tonight. It's been brutal. It's been really brutal. Very, very. Very brutal. Incredibly brutal. Emotionally relate to Goob? Absolutely. Is your tour going anywhere besides Texas? We don't know quite yet. Depends on how good everything goes. It also depends on like the funding, because it like relies on like funding the pack has to be able to get people out there and together. Because really all it's about is like, in order for us to organize, we need money to organize. Republicans have insane levels of funding for organization, and Democrats have practically nothing. So we got to get off the ground in terms of organizing. So I would recommend go check out the Unfuck America website. Actually, let's look it up right now. All right. Let's look at our website. We have everything on the website here. I'm just going to literally show people. Here's everything on the website. We got creators join us, merch, everything. Featuring Dean Withers and Parkergetajob. It's kind of sick. And then they have like the donation goal and stuff like that for continuing. And also, like, chat, we need this to get a lot of push if we want the Democratic Party to adopt progressive, like, notions. We need to, like, organize ourselves. We need these to get, like, a lot of views in order for, like, the Democrats to be like, oh, this is actually going to work. Because right now, Democrats, the DNC, are nowhere to be seen. I'm just going to be totally fucking honest. Nowhere to be seen. They're not helping. They're not doing anything. And, like, that's not true. The RNC is involved. They give funding for stuff, you know. The DNC is not involved at all, okay? We're practically doing this all ourselves. And also, I just want to say, like, I've talked to the people who are associated with this. They have the same fucking goals as us. This is all, like, I'm so happy that, like, there's other people that are trying to do the same thing. Because, like, we've really needed to, like, have a movement that is counter to everything that they're doing on the right. And the fact that we haven't had it is really bad. And it's really important that we go out and do this. That's why I believe in this so much. I seriously do. The website, just look it up, unfuckamericatour.com. Right now, it's just Texas. But if we can raise this by the end of May, which is, like, unbelievable. I don't even know if we'll be able to do this. This is with a bunch of creators. It's not just us that are helping fundraise for this. But then we'll be able to keep going. But it just takes a lot of coordination, a lot of fucking money and stuff. But yeah. I'll talk about it more continually, everyone. But yeah, this is going to be some cool shit. And also, like, at some point, the tour can obviously extend and become larger. You know, we do other types of stuff. We go to and do our own sort of campaign, different places. And we tour around the entire country. You know what I mean? I would fucking love to do that, chat. I would seriously, like, that would be amazing. Yeah. Yeah, and that would involve meet and greets everywhere, chat. Like the actual, like the most reliable way of me doing a meet and greet is if it's about like us spreading the message at different campuses around the entire U.S. And I just want to let everyone know that when we're going to do this, we're going to have a film crew. We're going to have everything. So seriously, this is going to be insane content, chat. Like, y'all have no clue how big this is going to be. This is going to be huge. I know for sure. I know for a fact. I got one more minute and then I'm going to get off for tonight, but I just wanted to talk more about this because, like, I seriously, chat, I believe in this so much. I believe in this so much, and I really think this is going to do some good. And I can't fucking wait to see everyone. Is that Dean? Yeah, that's Dean right here. Have you reached out to Crockett? I haven't reached out to any politicians because I don't have like a management team, everyone. I don't have like anything like that. So it's just me. I don't really have like a mechanism of doing so quite yet. But I have friends that have contact with them. So I might try to. Like my friend Adam has connects with Jasmine Crockett, so I might try sometime to get a connect to Jasmine Crockett that way. Will be live streamed. I don't know what we're gonna stream. Some of it might be. No Jasmine on speed dial now. Do you and Dean get all the donations of the tour website? No. So the stuff going to this is about like getting other people to fly out there, like other influencers. It's film crew. It's getting everything booked. It's paying the people who are on the back end working for the PAC in order to be able to coordinate this. There's a bunch of those things, but from the people I've talked to there, they're progressives like us, like trying to organize, trying to make a better Democratic Party. You know what I mean? I wouldn't affiliate myself with anything that violates any of my values. So it's like, this is what we need. We have to do this. We like, seriously, in order to have effective, meaningful political change, we have to do stuff like this. And we got to get out and do stuff. And this is the best way I think I can right now. Oh my God, will there be merch to help raise money? Yes, there's actually merch right now. I think they already have merch. So you guys can go actually get some merch associated with this. They have the Unfuck America Tour hoodie, shirt, t-shirt, sweatshirt, hat, tote bag. They have a water bottle. So you can get stuff here if you want to get some of this, especially if you're going. I'll show one more thing before I get off here real quick. For people asking who the organizer is, let me go on Instagram and I'll show y'all where to see everything. So we have an Unfuck America Tour thing right here. It says paid for by National Ground Game PAC, if y'all want to look that up. But again, progressives looking for social change. People that have worked with progressives in politics. At least to my understanding, for everything. What is the link? Just look up unfuckamericatour.com. And if y'all want to donate, y'all can donate as well. That's like also like a great thing. I think I'm going to have some link to do it through as well, but you can also do it directly through the website. And also has on the bottom of like paid for by National Ground Game pack. That's the pack, everyone. All right, everyone. All right, everyone, I'm going to get off right now. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. Otherwise, I'm going to get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone tomorrow. Go check out my video here on YouTube, everyone, my videos that I posted today. Seriously, y'all, like when y'all watch the videos, it really helps push them out, especially the last one I just posted. Right now, it's 8 out of 10 for the last video, so if you'd watch the whole thing, I'd love it. I would really appreciate it. If you like it, it'd really mean a lot. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Seriously, go check out some of my YouTube videos. It really means the world. Love y'all. Have a great night, everyone.